All right, we might as well get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. Today. Yeah, this is rather early. It's a public holiday here, so I've decided to start early today. So yeah, I'm just gonna put my phone right there, just in case something does pop up, which usually it would. All right, let's get right into it. So what I want to do, I'm gonna switch that on to a darker mode. I want to fix up a lot of these failing errors. The reason being is we have implemented something and we kind of need to... All of these are assuming that the environment is set up, but because we've added something in that does actually do that setup process, it makes these fail. So we're just going to go through and fix them up. I'm tossing up whether or not to start from the top to the bottom and do that. Another thing which I've got to do is I've got to start putting in the types. So I'm going to get the have a look at the search results and see how that's structured. I'm then going to make sure that those types are put in there, so that way the system knows and developers know exactly what to expect. That way this test will run perfectly fine. Yeah, we might as well start from the top. We've got the dashboard page. Accessibility checks. No, is it 12 or 11? It's 11. I'll quickly fix those up. We're just going to go onto the dashboard spec. What's actually happening is we've got the dashboard spec. Main title exists on the page, which it won't. So we're mounting the dashboard. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close every other tab at the moment, just so we're focusing on what we need to focus on. We're going to go to this implementation. Oops, sorry, wrong one. Straight away, yeah. All right, cool. We have a dashboard page and we've got nothing in there. We're just going to have to actually put something in right away. So this is going to be H1. The ID is, now it's looking for an ID, a specific ID. Main title. And what this is going to be is it's going to be dashboard. And then what I'm going to do in here implement the dashboard functionality. It's done. All right. So that one should be done. That one's pretty easy. That should just pass. We're like, yes. The next one we want to do is header component toggle menu. So I'm just going to close all tabs. That's header component toggle menu. And Mansur Hamid, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. I do apologize if I've pronounced your name incorrectly. I am terrible with new names. So yeah, welcome. Header component is one word, and then toggle menu. Header component hyphen toggle menu. There we go. I'm just going to go into here. So before each, we are creating a pin here. We are setting a width. And what I think is happening, go to do this declaration. We've got that. Menu button length to be 1. All right, I'm just going to go through all of this. Flush short promises. So flush promises. Yep, await next tick. Yep. So what we're doing is we're waiting until everything's initialized, and then the next. There exists only one menu button. Yep, that's what we want. So we're finding header show menu, which is this div right here. And we're saying there should be only one. All right. Now, if I go back into my test and I click on... So menu button exists. All right, cool. So we're happy with that one. Toggle menu closes. All right. So we do all this. We expect that to be true. So we expect the nav open to be true, but it's set to false. Okay. Now I'm just double checking that it's failing on this one particular line. So 50, yeah, it's failing on this one particular line. So what I'm actually going to do, minimize everything. I'm going to open up NearBeach. I'm going to open up the source. We're going to open up the storages, nav, and then the nav itself. Now, is nav open is false by default? So that could be just that. Because if we have a look at the other one, we're also assuming it is true. I've gotten this back around the wrong way. I think I've got to set this. Yeah, I've got to set this. So update the navbar open to true. All right, cool. We're going to do the same thing up here. All right, toggle the close. All right, toggle menu closes the menu. All right, cool. So we'll start with a state where it's open. Make sure that is asserted equals true. Then what actually happens is when we click, it will then be false. Now I'm just going to rerun this very, very quickly. This is toggle menu. Cannot call trigger on an empty DOM wrapper. Yeah, we're passing that through. We're flashing the... default will be open on... Yeah, we're setting that to be that, and oh, all right. We might have a little bit of a problem. What I'm going to do, oops, where's my terminal? I'm going to cancel this for 1 second. I'm just going to go npm run dev. We're going to go localhost. We're on this, so the menu opens by default when you're on a desktop, which is wanted behavior. Okay, I just wanted to check that. I'm just going to hit stop because I don't need the web server going to do that. I'm going to go npm run unit, test unit. That's going to run that stuff. We can close that. Sorry, I was meant to keep that open. I'll put it on there. All right. So, cannot I'll zoom in, I'll do this so you guys can actually see everything. Cool. Cannot call trigger on an empty DOM wrapper on 64. We're mounting the app. Actually, no, I need the app to be open. Oh, this is a good one. So what we're actually testing here is to make sure that the app opens up the menu and that the menu will be default open. The problem is now we've added in something extra. Now, give me 1 second. I am going to try and find a chord. Here it is. I'm going to draw this out. As terribly as possible, because I am terrible at drawing. Hey, get in there. All right. So originally, what actually happened was the app loaded. And then it instantly did menu stuff. So then it just set up menu. Now, one of the problems that I have is with the menu, a user might not have access to all of these. They might not have access to any of the ability to add stuff. So the new method now is when the app's loaded, it will contact permissions, get user permissions, then set up menu. Which is all fine and dandy. Problem is, we don't have the get user permission section in these tests whatsoever. I'm trying to think what would be... Moving this test to the appropriate location would be a lot better. That being said, also setting up this test so that we can mock these permissions and so forth like that would work just as well. So the problem is we can't get down any further because, you know, we've haven't set up those permissions. And I just don't know how to mock the Axios calls. And the thing is, the Axios calls are in somewhere else. So what I gotta do? Pinia mock store. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure we are getting here and it's failing because it can't access the database, which is fine. I just don't know how to mock Pinia itself. Oops, wrong side. I'll bump that off to the right, don't you worry. So we've got unit test store. So before each, set Pinia, create Pinia, great. Use store, that counter increment, all right, cool. Yep, that's fine. What we need to do is mocking the return values. Mocking the return values of an action. Actions are automatically spied, but wise type their regular actions. In order to get the correct type, we must implement a custom type of wrapper. Yep, mock it. Yep, all right, cool. Which is what we want. So we got the store. Oh god, that's a lot of. Function mock store type store extends unknown. Store ID never. Because in reality, all we need to do is just mock it so it doesn't do anything, and then we can just fill out the pinner. So we can just fill out that particular state with whatever we want. I think this will belong in a utility, like a testing utility function. This would be a TS file. Yep, TS. So this would be mock permissions .ts. Something very similar to this. So we've got our mock, we've got our unwrap, we've got our store definitions, pinner, we've got our mock store. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mock permission store. Probably going to rename this. Oh, no, I think that'll be fine. Famous last words, I'll probably change that later. That all extends all of that. Store definition where... Record. Yeah, this is... I'm just not familiar with this pattern. There's not much to go on here. That's a pity. I'm just gonna scroll up. Because I'm making it a bunch of... I'm not mocking the getters. Because I think something's breaking here. Yeah, it's an empty DOM wrapper. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to go wrapper. Yeah, there it go. And then what I can do is I can click on this one. I can just hit run. There's a lot of, all right, wrapper, view wrapper 2, so forth like that. A bunch of all of those. I think I'm gonna have to move this test to the app itself. I'm gonna piss off. Sorry, excuse my French. I hate clicking the mouse button and then it thinks I've clicked again, even though I haven't. All right. Yeah, all of these ones where I'm loading up the app should be moved to the app itself. Header component, hidden visibility in the document. Yeah, I'm gonna. We're gonna move these. All right. We're going to move them to the app component because that's where the logic actually happens. But I'm going to have to mock up the permissions one. Alternatively, we're dealing with the header component. Because in reality, we should be testing this nav. We have this in here. I'm just wondering if I could pass through something, but I need to load up a component. All right, no, don't worry. I'm just gonna put in a header component. This should run and fail. So if I hit play again, it runs and fails. Oh, this one works. All right. I think I know the solution. Give me 2 seconds. Let me go git status, git checkout. Oh, we can't check it out because I've done other stuff to it too. All right, don't worry. npm run test unit. We're gonna bring that back and make sure, yep, no work stuff. All right, because yeah, we should only be testing the header component in here. Not the app component. All right. Now, header component accessibility. We're going to just search all the projects. I just did that to get up here very, very quickly. What we've got is we've got the header component, blah, 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 content visibility, find all. Ooh. Okay, no, I've made a mistake. Give me a couple of seconds. I'm just rerunning everything. Yeah, it's just this one. Cannot call text on an empty DOM wrapper. Close menu. All right, cool. Close menu tells the screen reader open navigation menu. We have once again set it to that. And we're just going to go header component. And that should be that. There we go. We've done that one. I'm going to move down to the next issue. So the app spec.ts. So we can't mount the component. Yay. I'm just going to close all tabs. We're happy with all of that. We are going to go into source. We've got pages, at, and then we've got the spec here. So in here, it's saying we can't mount the component. So when we mount the component, we wait router push to nothing. We wait till the router is ready. We expect the app to be truthy, which in itself should be truthy, but I do believe we call something. So one of the problems I have right now is if we go into the router and we go into the router itself, you can see that it fetches permissions. So I'm going to have to mock the permission state here, and that's just to bypass this. That's pretty easy to do for us. So what we want to do is we want to go before each, we want to create the Pinia. Yep. Very similar to what we do with the Pinia tests. So if we go into the store and the nav, and if we open up, sorry, the wrong nav. If we open up this spec, you'll be able to see, yep, create Pinia, set active, create Pinia, yep. We just use the nav stores up there for each one. In this sort of case, this is one test. That's also another test, and that's also another test, and that's also another test. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have a look at this. Oh yeah, okay, that's just a method, yep. We've got to import that, that's not a problem. I'm just being lazy, I'm just hovering over that, yep, and importing it. There we go. So is loaded equals true, permissions dot maximum permissions equals, and what I'm going to do we're just going to scroll all the way up. We're not too worried about this. We don't need to worry about current. We just need to worry more about this. There we go. We're just going to default this to admin. That's perfectly fine. We're not worried about that at all. Now, mount component. Suspense is an experimental feature. Its API will likely change. Yeah, all right, cool. Welcome to the redesign. Yeah, all right. So we have actually changed a couple of things in here. So instead of this, it's now going to be dashboard. Easy done. So that will fix up that thing. That looks like it's all mounting. Now we just need to deal with the desktop view, which is desktop view. Yep. This is navbar should open automatically. So it's this particular test down here. Now it's probably not doing it because once again, we've got that middle sort of check in there. So what I'm going to do for this particular case is I am just going to copy this. we are just going to paste it into here. That's perfectly fine. That's just, we need to also set up the pinnata. So permissions equals use permission store. We're happy with all of that. There we go. So we go back over here, boom. And all we've done is we've sort of implemented what we were going to do with what we're currently set up with the Axios calls and stuff like that. We're just going to go, no, we're not running that. The router won't run those. All it's doing is it's going bang. All right, these are the permissions. You'll find dandy. All right, now we're up to the most difficult one. So I've left the difficult one for last, the search stuff. So I'm going to minimize everything. I'm going to open up this. I'm going to open up the source components search. We've got a search page. We've also got the, I've got to start implementing the translations and stuff like that. That will happen hopefully soon, hopefully today. But it's very low on the list at the moment. Yeah, with the idea that if someone were to jump in onto NearBeach using a different language, it'll just work. Fingers crossed. And hey, how are you going? I just had to do a double take what time it is. I know. It's a public holiday where I am today, and I was like, you know what? I need to get a lot of NearBeach stuff done. I'm just going to stream it. So, yeah. How are you going? Long time no see. How's the weather? I'm assuming it's okay for where you live. It's not dealing with 100 plus Fahrenheit yet. All right, I need to find this test. So this is store. Oh, this is part of the stores, not the. All right, my bad. Search stores. Search. So here it is. We need to create an interface for this search result. So yeah, it's going 70 Fs to 90 Fs in the next week. Okay, fair enough. I need to translate that. So F to C. Let's go to 70. Okay, 20. Yep. That's reasonable. 90 is 32. Today at the moment, it's actually rather warm at the moment. So we're about 79 here, or 26 C. So it's really, really lovely. I'm hoping, I haven't got many tomatoes, but I'm hoping the ones on the vine do mature or get to the point where I can sort of cut them off and put them in the windowsill to fully go red. So yeah, we're at the last of the heat in where I am. You have about double the humidity as I do. Oh yeah. Well, I do live near a bay. So what is our humidity? Oh, 20. All right, that's not too bad. That's not bad at all. So yeah. We don't get super high humidity, which is nice. So yeah. I need to make an interface for this, and I realized also the other day that I haven't decoupled my interface out of one of these the stores. So the idea being is the stores won't store any interfaces in them. I'll have them out in their utility or models. I might move it to a models folder. Yeah. Just because it's going to be easier that way. Famous last words though. Now I have forgotten what the API will send back, so I'm just going to start that. I don't need to start the actually no, I do need to start this. Give me a couple of seconds. I'm just going to go like this. I'm just going to go npm run dev. There we go. I'm going to leave that running. Put back the test case here because we're going to focus on test case this morning. Or this afternoon, I should say. Now this is going to make me... Oh, not log in? Alright, cool. API project. Oh, API version 1, sorry. And there we go. So this is what the search results are going to look like, specifically the results here. So we're going to have a description, we're going to have an ID, we're going to have title, end date, and start date. We're going to have the organization structure like this, where we've got an ID, name, website, email, profile picture, and customers. We're going to have a... Just realized that we won't have customers in there. Oh, we're hitting that break. All right, welcome everyone. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. We do this so no one misses out on any content. The ads are there just to stop the pre-rolled ads, which suck. So at least with this, I can pause what's going to happen. We can have a chat, and you can probably see Socks. She's actually asleep now on the window, so we won't disturb her. All right, and sadly the drop doesn't function on this screen. I can hear it go woo, but yeah, I haven't set it up on this screen yet. So yeah, we've got about 45 seconds left of the ads. In fact, I'm gonna grab some water because it is getting warmer. I do need some water. Welcome back, everyone. Let's bump into this. Let's sit down properly. I've also got myself a tea bag to remind myself that I've just put the kettle on. All right. So yeah, the idea is we'll build up an interface in here. I've also got to remove the interface, and I think it is in permissions. So we've got an interface up here and an interface here, which I will move away. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put interfaces, and then I'm going to put stores in here. And we're going to set up the interfaces like this. So export interface like that. It's pretty easy. And the interface names will be exactly the same as that. So we're just going to go in here. We're going to go max imum permission interface .ts. I'm hoping that's not. All right, cool. Sorry, just double checking a few things. All right, yep. Just because if anything goes wrong, I do need to sort of jump back onto work. It is a public holiday. Oops. And I'm just going to do that. There you go. It's going to be that simple. And then we're going to right click. We're going to go this, and then we're going to go permission data interface.ts. We're going to add that in. We're just, once again, we're just going to up. And I'm cheating with the mouse and keyboard. So, yeah, please ignore that. All right, so all I need to do now is do that. And do that. And that should be running perfectly fine. Sweet. All right, I'm happy with that. I'm going to close that. I'm going to close these ones over here as they're no longer needed. We're going to right-hand click, and we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it search results interface.ts. We're just going to add it in. We are just going to grab these. Won't let me. Will it? right, I'm gonna prettify the JSON. A few days ago was officially 4 months. Is not. Damn. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Damn. Is the job market that bad in where you are? If you don't mind me asking. Or is the job market absolutely horrendous at the moment? I'm sorry you're going through that. That sucks. Absolutely does suck. Alright, I'm just going to paste this in. This is just for reference. So what we want to do, export interface. It's been rough applied to... Holy hell! A lot of ghosts. Oh, that sucks. Jeez. Yeah, I honestly wish I could help you. Damn. Have you been going to networking events? ID will be a number, title will be a string, we've got end date. Oh, this would be I just clicked this search thing, didn't I? So, yeah, I do hope you get something soon. There has been many times that I was able to make it. They would happen on days of other things going. Yeah, alright. Yeah. Well, good luck with the job fair. I do hope it does lead somewhere, but yeah, not working for that long does suck. I think I've done 3 months when I quit the university, but I needed 2 months for myself, so that doesn't count. So in reality, it was really 1 month. It sucks. It does actually suck. Alright, sorry, I've just got to bump that back here. I'm just going to go JSON data that comes through as a string. Alright, we might need to convert that. Because I don't know. TypeScript date. Time interface. Oh, all right, cool. Start date is going to be date to. Oh, we're going to need an organization. And I just realized I capitalized all of these ones. So I've got to do it for this too. All right. Consistency is key. Just hit the escape key. That should have fixed all of that. So we've got the search results, we've got the start date, we've got that. We'll need to import something. So I need to go organization interface.ts. So what I want to do is I actually want to cut these out. So So that's just the reference in there. We'll come back to it. We'll also need to do that with the priority. I don't know that number. Gonna cut that out. And we'll need to do it with the status too. So, yeah, it's my phone. I'm getting a lot of scam calls lately. So, yeah, I just ignore my phone. Now, this would be export interface, status interface. What we want is, we want an ID of number. We want a status as a string. We want the, oh, this is where we need higher order status. So I need to actually, interface.ts. Same here. Would you like to learn this? See, we get a lot of essentially scam calls, but they're in Chinese. They're not actually aimed at Australian citizens. They're aimed at all the international students who have just come to Australia, and they're absolutely horrible. And the idea of them is to scare them into thinking that the Chinese government or the Australian government or some sort of government is after them, and they have to call a particular number. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Because, yeah, you're in a new country, you don't know what's going on and stuff like that, and all of a sudden you're getting a voice message being like, yo, you've done something wrong, when in reality it's a scam. Yeah. Higher order status interfaces. So the value will be a string and the label will also be a string. So we're fine with that one. In here, now we're going back. So what we've got to do is we've got to go higher order status. And that is going to be the higher order status interface. So it just imports like that. We can get rid of all of that. We're importing it up there. We're all happy with this. So I can close that one. Now I can go back into here. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to delete all of that. I'm going to go back to, I don't know why I unselected all of that, but I just did. I'm only going to copy the last bit because we'll need to put these in, I want them in a specific order. So I'm happy with that one. Priority has not done yet. So what we've got to do is we've got to export interface, priority interface, easy done. We'll have the value. That's just going to be a number, and the label is going to be a string. Done. That one's fine. The organization interface. Organization interface. The ID is going to be a number. The name is going to be a string. The website is going to be a string. The email is going to be a string. The profile picture path is going to be a string. The customers. I'm going to have to create another layer. But I should also state that some of these can be null. Or an empty string. The profile picture path, I think when that comes through, it'll just be a null string, and that's perfectly fine. I'm happy with that. But the customers can be null. So we're just going to create a customer one. So here's the custom interface. So export interface. That is so. This is where I actually don't know what fields will be porting out. So I know ID will be a number. God, this is going to go deeper and deeper and deeper as I go on. Localhost 8000. I'm just going to go into the admin. I don't think I haven't added this in. Not a problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at that. So we'll have title. That's going to be of a particular object. We're just going to do that placeholder at the moment. We'll then have first name, last name. We'll have email. And then we won't have organization because that will create a loop in itself. The titles themselves, give me a couple of seconds. I'm just having a relook at the structure. So this will be title interface.ts. Yeah, we're going to export interface. It'll be ID, will be a number once again, and then it is the title will be a string. Oh, and I forgot to put in title interface. There we go. Easy done. So then this will be title interface, like so. That imports that, and we're happy with that. So I can now close that one, and then in here, customer interface. It's not going to actually. Yeah, it is going to be an array, like that. And we do need to import it. So I'm just cheating with my mouse and doing that. So that's the organization interface. So now we can go back here and I can go back to the YouTube stuff and do that. And then what I want to do is I want to go in here. Organization is going to be the organization interface. However, it's just going to be one. Because this is a one-to-one at the moment. So I can delete that one. Now it's just priority is going to be the priority interface, and then the status is going to be the status interface. And that's it. That's our search interface. It most likely will change in the future. For example, anything with a child object, we might need to actually key in the child in here. And that will be perfectly fine. What we do is we'll just key it in. Yeah, we'll just key in those fields in here. Won't be hard. So Kanban cards and requirement items are child objects of Kanban boards and requirements. Respectively, and yeah, we'll just key those particular fields in when we get to them. At the moment, we're not going to worry about it too much because we don't know how that structure is going to look like. Hopefully in the future we will. In near future. Hopefully in the near future we will. So, now that we've got that structure down, what we've got to do is, instead of it being like this, what we've got to have is search results interface, and we're going to do an object array like that. Oh, this might actually be different. Yeah. Ooh. where just double checking that I've got the correct typing. Oh. Yeah, sorry. That's a null value. And then we just key that. Alright, cool. Alright, so that is now done. We're happy with that. We can now go into the search spec. We can go down and we can undo this. And what we can do is we can just copy this. Sorry, if I go raw data, actually it's not raw data that we want, it's just these results here. So I'm just going to copy just those results. We're going to paste it in like that. We're just going to go home. Now the end date and the start date are having problems. If I go to JSON, yeah, it comes through as a string. And the Coppinger! Yo, how you going? What were you up to today? There we go, how have you been? So yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Robotic Head. I'm currently working on an open source project management system called NearBeach. NearBeach at the moment is at version 0.31. We have decided for 0.32 to essentially refactor a lot of it. With the idea being is we're going to get rid of all of our technical debt. A lot of the interaction with NearBeach itself will happen through API calls, and instead of using a hybrid approach for rendering out everything, we've decided to go full on single page type of stuff. So yeah, it's built with Django and VueJS. So yeah, welcome. And we currently do use it. So this is 0.31. This is we currently do use it to actually build NearBeach, and we've been doing that for quite some time now. So yeah. Today what we're working on is a bunch of the unit tests for NearBeach. So yeah, Django is loaded, why not use hard? Because I knew Django a lot better than I know those particular stack works. So yeah, that's why. I wouldn't say it's unintuitive, it's actually quite fast to get something up and running. So yeah. Anyway, I've realized that these are gonna always come as strings, so I'm just gonna have to do that for that. That will fix up those. And just having a look. Alright, so that's not a problem. We just need to go to this interface. Oops. I clicked the wrong thing. Sometimes it's just quicker just to go down here. All right, organization, interface. So what we want is that can actually be null. Or string. And modern Django is really not that bloated. Old Django sure had some issues. Yeah. When I use Django, I don't know why serializers existed. It seemed like extra work. Other backend frameworks I used didn't have that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So, yeah. profile picture, that be null. Now, we do know that these will always have values in there. That won't. All right, cool. Now, with the customer one, we know these will always be filled out. All right, we're happy with that. Okay, let's go back into here. Let's see what else it's complaining about. Description. I don't have description in the search results. Give me 2 seconds. Oh yeah, we are passing through the description. Give me a couple of seconds. I'm just double checking that I've got the right API endpoint in the code. So we want to go into components, search page. That's perfectly fine. It'll be part of the search filter. Oops, I passed it, of course. Oh yeah, that applies on here. So API, all right, yep. I do have the correct thing. So description will pass through. Yeah, good point, James. Yeah. Yeah. To also point out, Django isn't the only framework that I actually use. So for my 9 to 5, I use a lot of .NET Core. We have a lot of Umbraco CMS websites and plain old, good old .NET Core. I've also used Laravel in the past and WordPress and other stuff. So yeah, I'm not fussed what I use at the end of the day. Yeah. All right, so we need to put description into our search interface. So it'll go description. That's just going to be a string. That's going to be easy done. So that's not going to complain about that, and that stopped complaining about that. All right, so we finally have our stuff in there. Default types. Yep, we've just done that. Ooh. So that's not going to be blank. Actually, no, the length, I do want to check that. And I think that's it. And that all runs perfectly fine. I think we only really wanted to do those particular tests, and this is just a fill out to make sure the getters were working perfectly fine, though that's not doing the getting stuff. So I might need to go expect search.getters. Oh, sorry, the get search results dot length to be 2 is done. That should just fill out that very, very quickly. Cool. That is not null. Thank you very much. I forgot to update that. And what I could do is I could put this into a variable beforehand, which I might do. Easy done. The reason being is then I can do something like this. Expect search.get search results to equal. I screwed up there. I screwed up that whole thing. Expect search.get search results. There we go. To equal, and then we just go search results into here, and that should, in theory, work perfectly fine. All right, cool. But for a web app, it's all crud at the end of the day. Yeah, it's for a lot of things, it's all crud. Yeah, to put it bluntly, I'm not rewriting this. It's set up with Django, it's set up with VueJS, and I'm happy with that. To rewrite it from scratch means I will probably end up picking .NET if I wasn't going to use Django, and the reason being is that's the next known sort of framework that I know, and the one after that is Laravel. I can't afford to actually learn any JavaScript framework for the backend or APIs or anything like that. Yeah, but it also makes a lot of mistakes. And once again, I then got to learn that sort of language to be able to find those mistakes. So yeah. And we've just hit an ad break. So yeah. Welcome. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch to stop the pre-rolled ads. We tend to do this so no one misses out on any content. So yeah. Hopefully everyone's going well. All right. Yep. I'm assuming, James, that's said with sarcasm. So, yeah. Alright, where are we? Session results. I'm happy with all of that. Actually, no, I'm not happy with all of that. I've got to set those to the getters. Alright. 5 years and not version 1 yet. So, after 0.32, that's where we're aiming for. So, yeah. There's a lot of projects out there that aren't on version 1 yet. Alright, so we're just going to go get previous. We're going to change these all to the getters because we're testing the getters. Not the fact that the data's there. All right, easy done. Same with up here. I've got to do all of that. So that's just going to be get previous, get next, get search, get search. We're just testing. I'm just going to hit the rerun. Yeah. That's all working perfectly fine. All right, we can move away from that now. So, just trying to think what else I wanted to do, because that was the first thing I wanted to do today, is get those all set up. I can key that out. I can go get status now. I can go get add, pretty much, yeah, all of that, yep. So I've got to double check it. Dashboard page, yep. We've fixed all of that. So git commit, unit testing, implemented interfaces for search, plus fixed all broken unit tests. All right, between the mistakes it makes and the security issues, because it does make many mistakes. Security is also a huge issue with AI projects, and I do use AI all the time. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and that's also another good thing, is I want to program. AI should be used as a tool, not a crutch. I want to, at the end of the day, I want to still be able to program. Hence, I'm programming. All right, so now that I've got the unit tests in there and so forth like that, what we can do is we can start implementing, oh, that's broken. We can start implementing the create sort of stuff. So if I do that, I'm just going to zoom out just because I'm zoomed in way too much. We can start actually building up this, and from here, once we've done that, oops. We can then start building this page too. I should also implement the internationalization on the search page. Because yeah, that can be translated, that can be translated, that can be translated, that can also be translated. Those two options can be translated. All of this down here won't be translated because that's actually coming from the database. Easy done. I'm just wondering if I want to actually tackle the internationalization first, or if I want to actually get the create new project up and running. I'm going to actually tackle the internationalization because what I do here will actually affect what I do here and then also affect what I do here. So let's go to search projects. I can close all these tabs at the moment. What we want to do is type in that. If I get the numbers right, that'll be fine. Yeah, all right, cool, done. All right, so let's click on getting started. Let's go over into our code. We're going to go into the packages.json. Now I'm just double checking to see if I've actually got it installed. Most likely I don't. And that's fine. We'll install it now. So let's go straight into the installation. We want to save that, but this is this part of the dev? Or is it part of the dependency? I do believe this is part of the dependency. So I'm just going to view, so that will actually go on there. Oops. And then what we want is the latest number, which I actually don't know what it is. Give me latest number. Oh wait, it's screw it. I'm just gonna copy this. I'm just gonna paste it in, and then I'm gonna go save. So that's added that in. There we go. I wanted those particular numbers in there. It just wasn't doing it before. All right, that's it. When using the module system, you must explicitly install it via the app.use. All right, now I did say before we're a single page application. However, that being said, if I open this in a new container, we've technically got two single page applications. So one of them is dealing with the login form, which does also do this. And all of these will need to be translated. So I'm just wondering if I should tackle this on the login form because it's a lot smaller, and then deal with the NearBeach application. And I'm going to say, yeah, let's go with the smaller option first. That way, if we make a mistake, it's a smaller application, it's easy and quicker to fix. So if we open up source, we're going to open up, the instructions. So what we need to do is create the internationalization on the app side of things. I need to go down here. We've got the login down here. So we've got the access. I'm going to key this in. This is just create internationalization. All right, cool. I'm just going to put it up here. So this is import create internationalization. We're just going to do that. We're just going to set up internationalization. Oops. This is going to be const. Yep. All right. Cool. And thank you very much, James, for the follow. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. And that will be create. Yep. All right. Cool. Create internationalization. We're going to add some code into here in a little bit. but we're not worried at the moment. And then we use it before we mount it. It's already down there. All right, sweet. That got put in very, very quickly. The next thing I want to do, we don't want direct download or anything like that. We want to have a look at, I'm just having a look at maintenance status. All right, so we're here at the moment. Great, all right, cool. I'm just going to click on getting started. Yep. So we do all of that. Now, we've got the create here also. But if memory serves me correctly, if I wanted to, I could put this at the component level. And I'm just wondering if I need this here anymore, if it's at the component level. Let's find out. Easy done. We'll come back to this. Oh wait, hang on a minute. Import, have I already set this up? Yeah, I've already set this up. All right, not a problem. I just haven't implemented it fully yet. All right, so we can get rid of all of that. I've already set this up. We are using Petite, which is probably why, if I go back into here, that's not there. But if we have a look down somewhere else, it is. Maybe not. Oh no, there it is. All right, cool. So I have started setting this up. Such a long time ago, I've forgotten. Let's just continue. So we've got the login. All of that is done. We've got this. We've got locale. We've got page language. All right, equals document dot element dot language. All right, cool. So we grab the language from the document itself, which means if we go back into the NearBeach login, we have the view source. We're just going to zoom in. It's going to be up here. It's done. And this is all what the backend actually sends us at the front end. It's very minor. It's nothing. VueJS is now going to handle all of the front end, and there's all what we need to do that. All right, so we've now got that set up. So we're exporting that. That goes into here. That then runs that. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. Those are the basic settings, and I think I've done it that way because all of the settings are going to be the same between the login and the main application. So if we go into components now, we go into the login, where we've got the login page. I'm just going to open up the login page. We're going to start with the login page. This is the easiest one to start with. We're just going to jump into this. We can specify some options. All right, cool. Conventions in this guide. Yep. All right, now it's getting this data, which is probably going to be a problem. So what I want to do under the login page, and this is where I haven't decided what the file name should be called. I'm just going to jump onto this example. So they've got that, and then in the main.js. They've got that. They've got the messages here. Now for us, we're actually going to separate the messages out into their relevant component. The idea being with that, it's just easier to sort of go, all right, cool, these messages belong for this component. And that's why. And I'm just wondering if we can then separate it down further. And I know I've done something similar. So messages equals all of that. Oh, sorry, be good. I know this is possible where we can actually put the messages on another. I mean, worst case scenario, I can actually have the messages all in one place. Not going to be a problem. That can go in there. I think it's lazy loading. That's what I want. Look at, yeah, all right, cool. Cheers, thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, Socks has decided to wake up. So I can have a folder in here called locales, or I could just create a couple of folders, files called locales that sit in here, which is probably what I would prefer. So we can, sorry, Socks, you're in the way of the keyboard. We can do something like that, where we've got English.json, yep, like that. And then what we want to do is, let's just support the locales function, options, local English, create options, set language, options.local. All right, set language. So this will be, and export async, next tick, all right. That will be the, oh, socks. Set up international, those are exported. Okay. So I've just got to figure out how this actually connects up again. Just wondering if I did this with the mock-up. Give me 2 seconds. All right, new mock-up. Let's have a look. I'm just going to minimize everything. I know I played around with this on the mock-up, but I don't know if I deleted my code because I was trying a couple of different variations. Socks, can you stop sitting on the mouse? Thank you. And for those wondering, Socks is back. All right. So in here we have the source. We have the internationalizations. In here, this just does all of that. All right, cool, not a problem. I'm having a look at the, the main. That imports that, yep, that's how we set it up. And then with the components, I think I ripped this out. Yeah, I think I ripped this out. Oh, that's annoying. All right, not a problem. I've ripped it out. So we've got to figure it all out again. These things happen. So, options, local, const. So that's going to create those with those particular options. The set internationalized language equals options.locals. All right, cool. Yep. And that is like that, but how do I get... I'm just going to Google this. There we go. So they're doing it like that. In my components, I have to import locals using the internationalization tag. All right, all right, no one responded. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. Okay, so they got the template. All right, I'm just going to reject all for those. They've got the routing view. They've got the routing view. Nav. All right, cool. Here's this. This is create web history. Yep, that's just creating the route. Socks has disappeared, so I'm just going to do this. I'm going to also check on my. All right, cool. Component router. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Create web history. Yep, installing, configuring. Yep, so we added. Yeah, we've added that one in. I don't know what that one does, but meh. Okay, so view internationalization plugin, file to path, new URL, locales, all right, cool. Import, provide a path to a folder where you'll store the translations, data see below, runtime only, false. Okay. Create app, yep, we've done that. So this will be the index.js. They've got messages up at the top. I'm heavily leaning on just putting the messages at the top of each component now, which might be a lot easier to do. And then later on, I might just revisit this and do it the other way once I've figured it out. But yeah, they've just got messages at the top of the JS. All right, cool. Screw it. All right. Let's delete that. I'm gonna delete this. So give me 2 seconds. Let's go delete. Yep. So the login page up at the top, what we want to do is we're just going to have translations. Easy done. Sorry, Socks, I need my hand back. Thank you. What we're going to do is const messages equals. We're going to go with this one. We're just going to copy this. We're going to paste it in. We're going to format the code. Okay. Good old inters. All right. Now, whenever we're calling stuff, so they've got const messages just like that, and then down here they've got messages.hello and all of that kind of fun stuff. That's how it's done. All right, so this is part of the login page. What I want to do, I want to just do that. We're just going to scroll down and see what we've got in here. We've got error message. That's pretty much it. Error message. I forgot about that. And that's the only place I can see it happening. So what I want to do is I want to do something like this with the $Ts. And I want to change that. So this is error message. And then we've got error final message. This, so we'll do something like that. Credentials have failed. Yep, all right, cool. We're going to keep that up into here like this. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use Translate, Google Translate. I'm just going to go from that to that. We're just going to copy that. We're just going to paste that for the moment. I will get one of my friends to help me with to check that these translations actually make sense. All right. All right. So now that I've done that, what I could do is I'm just going to do that for the moment. So error message dot value equals, and then we've got a fail count greater or less than 5. I'm just going to do it like this, and then this will be $T. And then if you have a look here, we've got message.hello. We'll have message.error, like so. And then, oops, wrong one. And then $T, and then we'll have message.final error. And I've just got to double check that. Oh, error message and error final message. Now, it didn't like that. Oh no, it does like that. That's fine. It's just it doesn't like the T, which means I've got to import something into this component. More actions. Ooh. I just want to try one thing. Yep. There we go. Yeah, it's not doing it down here either. I've missed something, so I'm going to go getting started. We've got let's play. Yep, all right, cool. Once again, I'm just reopening up that just in case I've missed something. In the template, we use the dollars translation API injected into the to localize this allows. All right, cool. Let's have a look. Oh, I do have 2 of those open. So in the main JS, we've got all that. So we pass through the messages, which we're happy with. And then use the internationalization here. All right, cool. And in the app view, yeah, we don't have any setup or anything like that. There's the index. It's fine. There's the package JSON. Now that's part of a dependency. But if I go up here, we do have message hello, which is not correct. Because it should be one of these. Ooh, and we've just hit an ad break. So I might be screwing all of that up. So yeah, anyway, yeah, ad break, cool. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. Yeah, we just got to figure this one out. Yeah, once I get, yeah, I think the internationalization, once I get that sort of done everywhere, accessibility, hopefully I can expand it pretty quickly to the other components. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Yeah. It has been, I haven't touched it since last year, the internationalization. So it's been a few months and yeah, I've just absolutely forgotten everything about it. So yeah, we'll learn it. We'll learn it. It's not a problem. About 15 seconds left for the ads to go. We've got a little ball to sort of play with, like this. Zox is back on the windowsill. She's had enough of being on the desk. So, yeah. And, oh, it's nearly 4 o'clock. All right, cool. So I've been streaming for an hour and 40. All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, so I've probably mucking up something massive in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to step back a bit and we're going to put the messages somewhere where I'm going to ignore this. No, I'm not going to ignore that for the moment, actually. I'm going to leave it like that. I just don't know how to send it the messages, but if I go messages in here, and we've got the login page messages up here, I'm just going to cut these out. Just going to paste them in there temporarily. We're just going to do something like that for a moment. We're just going to do that. Now, worst case scenario, we put all the JSON stuff into the into the components itself. I don't want to do that because it's extra bytes that the user has to download. If I can separate it out into another call, that would be great, because it'll be really, really tiny anyway. So we've got messages and all that kind of stuff there. We're just going to go back over here. I'm just going to refresh. Yeah, we just got that. It looks like the T is not working. So something's gone wrong. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. We're going to go over in here. We're just going to go internationalization. We're just going to paste those in here like this. Now we'll need the page language, which is actually grabbed from here. What the? Struggle Town, there we go. All right. So that's set there, which means I can get rid of this here. We've got the create internationalization into there. This is for the login view. Yep, we're just going to go back over here. We're just going to hit refresh. We don't have that passing through properly. All right, which is a problem. And if we go over here, we go into our app. Our app just has just that, which, yeah, but it's got the use. We've got that set up. In fact, let's go back even one further step. Let's just delete all that. Let's put in their example. So we've got that. We've got that. We've got the app const. So we've got the login app, create app, login app, yep, login app, and then we've got the internationalization down there, yep. And then on here, which will be part of the login page, which I'll get rid of this. I'm fat fingering like this in tomorrow. There you go, get rid of this. Sorry, I was meant to get rid of that. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I need to inject that in a particular way. I'm just going to copy that. We're just going to paste that in. Oh. There we go. We're just going to do that. So we're copying everything that's here. We're going to make sure npm run. Oh no, I'm running. I am actually running the dev build over there. All right. Message.hello. But that should change it to that. Yeah, it's not working for me. All right, I'm missing a probably config or something like that. So if we go into package.json, we've got that as dependencies. So I want to go into package.json. We'll probably, at the moment, we're going to yank that one out. I'm going to probably paste this one up at the top. We're going to, do something like that. We'll just do that. Vite, I should say, that only has that. Git ignore, we don't need to worry about whatsoever. Yeah, we're not getting the we're not getting the hello world. All right, so I'll copy that. I've copied this. I haven't put this in here yet. I'll tell you what, we'll hit getting started, so we do that. I'm just going to redo this. That's fine. So we got that in. Got the login app, yep, login app, yep, login app, use that, yep, which is that. Yeah, we got that. Like most Vue plugins, you can use needs to happen before the mount. Yeah, it's happening before the mount. It might need to be that. Still saying message hello. All right, not a problem. Enabling the use internationalization composables, globally register. For example, if you're using global builds of Vue and Vue internationalize the libraries exposed via global objects rather than imports. Yep. However, we're using the component. Vue can now be used with both the compositional and the optionals where relevant. The examples in this guide will show components written in both styles. We'll typically use. Alright, cool. If you need to, yep. We don't. The following section. Playing during the if you would like to use the composable API style already understood it, you can step to here. Alright, cool. Alright. I'm probably just missing some of the instructions. So the introduction of the setup Vue compositional API opens up new possibilities, but to be able to get the full potential out of the Vue internationalization, we'll need to use a few new functions to replace access to this. All right. We have been describing the features of Vue internationalization using the legacy API, which is compatible with. All right, cool. Yep. All right, basic usage. Let's look at the basics usage. And I've just realized that the music has stopped. What has happened? It's got not a number. There we go. All right, getting the music back. Let's look at the basic usage. Compositional. Here we'll learn the basics usage, modified build code, getting started to learn the basic usage. To compose with, set up a Vue 3, there's one thing you need to do. You need to set the legacy option to false. All right, straight off the bat, let's just do that. Let's just go in here and let's go, all right, sunshine, legacy. Is false. All right. We're going to keep all of that. Yep. To allow the Vue internationals to switch to the API mode from the legacy. All right. Cool. You are now ready to use this in the app component. This code looks like this, so we've got to import that. All right. So for this, I'm actually just going to copy these two lines. Now this is the login page, so this is at the top that we can get. Now we don't actually have this. We are actually using that. There is a reason why. I had a look at the extra functionality that it does, and I'm like, I probably don't need it, so I'm going to use the petite, lighter version of this, and that's perfectly fine. So now what we've got to do is, now we're not injecting. What we're going to do is we define internationalization. We're actually going to use the shortcut keys there, and then that is going to be T, and then it's going to be like this down here. Not quite. So I'm going to see my console, not found message, message.hello, and jar local messages. Ooh. All right. It's there. So, and I'm just wondering, you must use at the top of the script, yep, use returns a composer interface. The composer interface provides translation APIs such as local and all of that kind of stuff. All right, I'm just double checking that I don't have a spelling mistake because these things happen. I do put spelling mistakes in all the time. But I don't know if it's meant to be like that either. I mean, that works. I've still got the errors, not found, message hello, yada, yada, yada. Fallback to translation with n value, not found, message hello keyword in that. All right, that is fine. That is okay. So what I'm going to do... Oh, we did that. Yeah, we changed that to that. Sweet. And then the message translation in the legacy mode, the messages were translated using either dollars or that. In the composition API mode, the messages format syntax remained the same as the legacy mode. You can use... All right, cool. Alright, I'm going to copy this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this. And then if we go over here, scroll all the way up, we're going to get rid of this. We're going to paste this in. So this is their options where they've got messages, English, and then all of those. Now, another thing that they've done is they've got const message computed down here. Now, I'm just wondering if I've got a computed section, which will happen, should be happening here. So define, actually, no, not there, sorry. Like so. Now we need to import computed. That's just going up here and just going computed. So I'm just gonna lint everything very, very quickly. So we've got a bunch of these. Now with their examples, I'm just gonna copy these. I'm just gonna go down here. I'm just going to paste them in very, very quickly. Lint everything. I'm gonna go all the way up here. I'm just gonna do that. And then I'm going to have a look at what that actually puts out. Boom. All right, sweet. That's kind of what we want. Which is great news for us. Now, I'm wondering what the next step would be if I were to put this into their own little files, but let's just have a look in here. Pluralization. All right, we're not worried about pluralization at the moment. Or date time formatting or number formatting or global scope. Oh, I've got it. I've got a big yawn. Sorry. Yeah, alright. And hi there, Mr. Mysterious Wayne. How are you? Sorry, I just saw your message. I'm just really concentrating on this code, so I do apologize. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put error message in here now. We'll fill that out in a second, and then error final message. Again, we're going to fill that out in a second. What I do still have that translation here, so I'm just going to paste that right in like that. We're going to go down here, we're going to copy that, we're going to paste it in here, like, whoops, like, oh, no, god damn it. There we go. All right, I just want to paste that into there. I just want to copy that, and I just want to paste it into there like that. I've then realized that I've got to do that, and I've got to do that. Okay, so I'm just commenting out that line of code. What we've got is we've got error message dot value equals, and very similar to what we've got down here. I'm just going to go T, and I'm going to go error message, and I don't know if I can use the computed, but I'm going to try. before I do all of that, let's go fail count less than or equal to 5. Put this on a new line, tab it in. Put this on a new line, t dot error message final, and then MSG. And then I'm going to get rid of these ones. We're going to see what actually happens. So we've got this. I'm going to key in wrong login. I'm going to save that credentials. Oh. That's doing something it shouldn't be doing. So this is a bug. What's actually happening is when I click sign in, it's refreshing the whole page, which is not what we want. Yeah, that's not what we want. Okay. But first I want to test one thing. And then we're going to jump back onto that and actually fix up that, because that's not what we want. We want this to be a single page application. It sends an API request, it gets data back, and then it tells the user whether or not something failed, or if they need to actually go through two-factor authentication. So actually having it refresh everything sort of defeats the purpose of two-factor, because it'll send those results, but then the page refreshes. Yeah, bizarre. So what I need to do is, we've got the router view, yep, anonymous component, we've got all of that, yep, we're fine with that, and then we've got the base transition, yep, we're fine with all of that, and then we've got the login page, which will have the internationalization stuff on here. I'm just going to update this count, what if I can. Oh, I might not, oh, wait, that's set up. Where's our, let's scroll up. Oh, all right. No, it's not part of. All right, not a problem. What I'm going to, I have to fix that other issue first. So what I'm going to do, bump that off to the right. Let's actually find out where that actually happens. So the login page is very basic. It just has the image, the login panel, and the two-factor panel. So we need to go into the login panel. The login panel happens when you first jump onto the page. So you go into here. What we actually have is, we should have, we might not actually have it in here. I might be lying. It might be in here. Here it is. All right, so sign in. Cool. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong spot. Sign in. So we've got the form, we've got the username, password, and one-time passwords. We do all of that. Is it because of this? All right, one way to find out is we reverse what we've done. It's just as simple as that. We're going to hit refresh. We're going to do something like that. We're just going to type in wrong login details. We're just going to hit enter, and it still refreshes. That's not what we want. All right. So it's not that. And 1, 2, 3, Rain, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content as we figure out this lovely bug. All right. I'm going to put it on persistent logs for a second. Oh, that's really weird. Look at that. That's... Alright, I'm just going to type in wrong username. I'm going to click that button. It's like it's got to get in there somehow. And it's keying in all the stuff up there, which is not what we want. We definitely don't want that up there. I'm just having a look. That is a post. Okay, when something like this happens, Oi. I'm gonna start pulling things out. Like this. So we're now at the basic level. So this is the original. If I type in the wrong password, and yeah, it's still doing it there. Where is it navigating? Now, the form itself, if we actually inspect this, we do have a form. I'm just wondering if we need to import prevent default. Like so. I don't know what that's going to be. So, no, script, piss off. Yeah, because it's coming from the login form and it comes up. I'm just doing these just to double check everything. All right, got my console logs up. I'm going to unpersist. Actually, no, I'm going to keep the persist for a moment. I'm just going to delete everything. I'm just going to go wrong password and all that kind of stuff. It fails because event prevent. Yeah, all right, cool. I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm just going to hope for the best that this will compile still. And then I'm just going to go wrong. I'm just going to remove all of that. I'm just going to hit that. And then, yeah, that all... I'm going to persist logs on that too, on the network tab. It's like these buttons are... All right. We will need to go to the login panel. So down here, we've got the password input, we've got the button component, we've got the click admit sign in. All right, and this is where I need to double check with you. What I might do is I'm going to have a function called sign in. It's going to have an event pass through. This is where I need the types. That will be VueJS event types. Oh, and we've just hit another ad break. All right, for those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's to stop the pre-rolled ads. You tend to see me just do this so that no one misses out on any content. So yeah, don't worry, you don't get ads. That's fine. So yeah. It is 4:30 now. We have been streaming for 2 hours, which has been pretty good. And here's Socks. So there she is. Gonna sit on my mouse or something like that. So, yeah. Do you want to say hi to Socks? Want to be like, sup? Oh, no, she just wants some shoulder time at the moment. There we go. Yeah. And we've got about 40 seconds left of the ads. And yeah. Now, I turned the kettle on about 3 or 4 ad breaks ago, and I forgot about it, and I didn't rush out to make myself a cup of tea. So I've still got a tea bag on my desk reminding me that I put the kettle on. It'll probably be a bit later when I finally actually do make myself a cup of tea. We've got about 15 seconds, and then we can get right back into it. So, yeah. My plan is to sort of prevent the default behavior. We don't want this submitting. So yeah, welcome back everyone. For some strange reason, this form is submitting, which I'm not happy about. Wasn't doing that a couple of weeks ago. So I don't know what the event is. So some event, click me, la la. Yep, so define events. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Yeah, submit form, email password. Yeah. I'm just gonna write any. I know the linter's going to throw up issues, being like, "Oh, you told me not to use any." I'm just gonna go. Oops. I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna do that, and then essentially we're gonna remove this. So on click, sign in. And then what I'm going to do is emit sign in. And we're actually going to close those two off. Then what I'm going to do in the console, I'm actually going to turn off persistent logs. In the network, I'm going to turn off persistent logs. We're going to just reload the page. So there we are. I'm just going to click on sign in. It's still doing it. Dollars event is not defined. Ah. Oh. Hold on. That would be up here. All right. Yeah, ignore that. All right, we're just going to refresh. Just going to hit sign in. Request aborted. Hold on. No. It's still doing that. All right, hold on. What I want to do is I want to knock that down to view. We've only got it on this page. Another thing I want to do is on submit. All right, no. I'm just gonna refresh. We don't need any of this up here, so we're just gonna refresh. I'm just gonna click on sign in. Yeah, it's still doing that. All right, that's there. HTML form. Yeah, we need the method. Action equals /login. All right, I haven't prevented the default yet. So I'm just gonna refresh. There we go. All right. Cool. Now, I'm just wondering where I can put that. And I'm just thinking if it'll belong down there, or if we go with the sign in, we just put the event up here, like event. I'm just gonna put any at the moment. Prevent default. And we just go event.prevent default. Then in here, what we can do is we can get rid of what we had before. Like so, not guaranteed to work. Nah, all right, cool. It looks like we have to deal with it down here. Not a problem. Right, is as simple as that. It also kind of means we can probably get rid of those. And then we just got to go prevent form from submitting. Easy done. Sign in. Now we have another problem. Can't access that. That's perfectly fine. So up here we have a problem with this. That's fine. I'm just going to reload. What we're going to do is we're going to type in the wrong username. Credentials have failed. Request with 400. I don't know why. Oh, it sent through nothing. All right. Whoop. Sorry. So the reason why that failed is it sent through blank sort of things. I'm just trying to think how we can sort of tackle this problem. The idea being is so I'm just racking my brain for this. Yeah, that's going to send to 400. We actually don't want to do that. We need to implement the ability for the login screen to validate everything before someone clicks on sign in. But not a problem. I'm just going to continue typing in wrong credentials. And there you go. We've now got the imposter and all that kind of fun stuff. I am going to put in a bug report for this. So we've got an issue. I'm just going to put in an issue. I'm going to go login screen. Users can submit empty fields. So method one, go to NearBeach's login page. Hit submit button without entering any credentials. Sure, why not? Expected results. So user won't be able to submit as the form is not valid. All right, cool. Actual results. User can submit the form. All right, easy done. This is easy. So yeah, this is part of a welk. This will be assigned to me. This will be, oh, we don't have subsystems for this yet. Login. I'm not going to put subsystems in this just yet. And this is not part of welk. This is part of NearBeach. And this is actually, yeah, this will have a login and password reset. This will be 32. And he's done. I'm just putting it there just to track it. Now that we've got this all working, let's start adding back in the internationalization. Because, you know, you always find one issue and you gotta fix it and all that kind of fun stuff, so yeah. Alright. Done. I'm going to hit refresh. We're going to type in the wrong user a couple of times. Oh, there we go. Oh, 429. Oh, I'm doing this way too fast. All right. So, yeah, a 429 is rate limiting and stuff like that. Well, to deal with the rate limiting. Too many requests. There you go. Way too many requests. I'll just wait a second. Alright, request throttled, expect availability in 11 seconds. Alright, so we've just got to wait 11 more seconds. And then I'll hit submit again. And boom. I think that's the... the cheater is detected and begins self-destruction. Alright. Not exactly the translation we wanted, but hey, that's perfectly fine. So that is working. Now, we don't have... With the NearBeach login, we actually don't have a NearBeach Japanese name or anything like that. It might just have to stay like that. In fact, I don't think that translates at all very well. So if we do something like that. I mean, that could work. All right, if we go into here, and we can type in login message, NearBeach login. And then we're just gonna, oh, I don't know how to, once again, I don't know if this is going to make sense for Japanese speakers. Essentially, I'm just putting this all in at the moment for getting this sort of set up, and then I'll get someone to help me translate. So, yeah. All right, if we scroll down to our template, now that's going to be part of the login panel and the two-factor panel. So that is not needed here, but that's not a problem. What we're going to do is we're just going to put in the login panel up here. We're going to actually implement it up here. So we will have define internationalization here. We're going to go const t, equals like that. We're going to key in the options. We're going to go locale. At the moment, we've got English. Just trying to think, do we need the locale at this level? I think it's overridden by the top level. So yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of that. We've got messages. We'll have English like this. We'll have the login message, and then we'll have the Japanese down here. That's actually JA. I don't know why. We're just deleting that from there, and we're just going to paste it into here. Easy done. That's going to be like a couple of key presses like that. And then that's it. Almost. We do have the computer part of it. So on mount, and then we've got declare computed, and then we've got, this is that special sort of case, which I don't think we need. I think I only copied it in just to test a few things. Which means I'm just going to hit refresh. Yeah, I don't think we need that computed part. I think we just need the messages up here. So if we go down on Smith's sign in, down here, what we want to do is we just do something like this, and then it'll be T, and then it'll be message, login message. Like so. The error message, once again, that's actually taken care of by the upper path. We do need a forgotten password. Which I should just cut that out. There we go. That should automatically go like that. We're just going to paste that into there. I don't know. Once again, I don't know how this is said in Japanese or anything like that. It could be completely and utterly different. We're just using Google Translate just to key in something temporarily. So if we go back to NearBeach, we should now see done like that. All right. And that way someone could click on that, and yeah, cool. Username. So that's going to be further down. That's actually going to be, ooh. Yeah, we're going to need that, and we need the placeholder text too. So we need the label and that too. All right, not a problem. So we're just going to have username placeholder. And that's just your username or email address. So if we go down here, I'm just going to cut that out. Easy done. We'll have password and password placeholder. That's where we'll just scroll down and cut that out of there. That's perfectly fine. We key that in there like that. Currently they're going to be like that. We're all happy with that. We're just going to yank those 4 lines. We're just going to paste them down there, and we're just going to use translate. Now, I've just got translate on the screen above me. I'm just doing this just to speed things up. Yeah, stuff like that where that's the same. Sure. All right, username. Easy done. So if we go back over here, we haven't keyed up these yet, so we're going to scroll down. These will now do something like this. So then we just need a T, and then we'll have username. Username placeholder. Password placeholder. I'll go back down here, and that's looking okay. We do need to deal with the button next. Now it will say sign in. Yeah, all right. All right, I'm just gonna quickly do this. Yeah, I'm just using Google Translate. This is where an LLM would actually be good. For those that, harping on about AIs before, this is actually a really good use case for an AI and stuff like that. Because even though I'm trying to learn Japanese, there's a lot of things that I just don't know. But at the end of the day, I will still probably ask one of my friends and be like, yo, have I got this correct? Does this make sense? All right, and that looks good. And then when they click on that, all right, cool. So that's but one thing. Now, remember, I'm also, Welker's dealing with all of these buttons and stuff like that. I've also noticed another thing which I've got to put on Welk. When something's on focus and stuff like that, I've got to actually tell the user, hey, this is in focus. This is going to be a critical bug, so I'm just going to put this in as a new issue. So, password, input fields have no visual language that they are in focus. So, when clicking or tabbing, to an input field. The user should be able to see a change of state of the element to indicate that it is now in focus. Holy hell, that's actually pretty, that's neat. I will admit that one. A solution for this would to have a background / border color change. These colors will need to be stored in variables that are consistent across all components within bulk. Cool. Yep. That's going to be a major problem. That's definitely an issue. As submitted, that's definitely going to be assigned to me. This is no subsystem at this moment for this. I'm just going to create this, and there I go. Cool. Easy done. I'm going to close that. I'm going to close that. I've got the tab open up there. I'm going to close that. I'm going to close that, and I'm going to keep this one open because we're definitely dealing more with translations and so forth like that. All right, so we've done this screen. Now, one thing I've also got to implement is two-factor to also test the two-factor page. For these error messages, they actually come from the back end. I'm trying to think. I think Django will handle these error messages, not 100% sure. Worst case scenario, I'll need to add in an extra layer to actually handle that, or I need to set up the Django database, Django settings to actually handle the internationalizations. That way, if, for example, the server is in Japan, you can set it to Japanese, the language, and that way these come through and pass on to the user who's actually using it. So, yeah. Now, I don't think I have... Oh, ad break. Oh no, incoming. All right, sorry, I thought the ad break start, but no, not yet. All right, I'm gonna have to do that for the moment. I'm just going to do this. I've got a friend who will give feedback on this. I have started doing internationalization for NearBeach. And then hopefully he'll give me some feedback. Now, I'm also double checking that I don't have any more work things. Names of the categories. Yeah, those are in the CMS. All right, cool. All right. Let's get on to the other page. So we've done the login panel. We've got to do the two-factor panel now. Once again, we just implement the translations up here. So implement internationalization. This will be const internationalization equals use that, and then actually no, sorry. It'll be that. Then it'll be that. And then it'll be sorry, my brain messages. Yep. All right, cool. And hey, Kendall, how are you going? New scenery? The same old scenery. I've had the scenery for 3 years now. Yep. I moved back into my place 3 years ago. Yeah, it's just new time. Because today's a public holiday, I was like, you know what, I need to get a lot of work done on NearBeach. I'm just going to stream it all. Anyway, I'm terribly sorry. An ad break just has happened on Twitch. I am just going to put socks front and center. There we go. I will be right back. Sorry, I just need to go to the bathroom. I won't be long. All right, sorry about that. Okay. And welcome back, everyone. Oh, new camera angle. Oh, yeah. So I finally put the camera back up here. I've been meaning to... Oh, God, it's crooked now. That's a decent Dutch angle. There we go. I've been meaning to sort of set up my DSLR or get a new webcam because this one, I'm having a look at the lens. It's a bit foggy, which is why I'm a bit blurry. Yeah, I just haven't had time. But yeah, I finally put it back up there after I think months of it being down further. So yeah. All right. Messages. This is where we got to do the two-factor one. So we've got the NearBeach login. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move that over there. And the reason being is I can just copy and paste a lot of this. And this is also another reason why I want to separate this out into one file is for the login components, I can have this all in just one file and share between each of the components. And that's going to be fine. Oops. Let's go down. I was also meant to hit the JA. We're going to do that. We've got the login message, which is going to be the NearBeach login. Oh, here comes Socks. She's like, sup, I'm here. And then we just got to do T login message. That's perfectly fine. Oh, linting's not wanting to do linting. We've got the error message. Once again, that just passes down. We've already handled that from above. We've got to handle this now, this two-factor one, and the button. And that's pretty much it for down here. So yeah, we've got the label and two-factor. That will be... So if I go up to here and I go I should go 2FA, but I don't think it likes that. So I'm going to go TFA, as in two-factor authentication. This will then be... Because... I'm just going to cut that. We're going to paste that in. And we're going to go TFA placeholder, like that. And that's just going to be that. So we're just going to cut that out. We're just going to paste that up. Socks, be careful. You know how much I don't like that. And then we've just got the button, which is going to be submit to FA. We're just going to keep that consistency in there. And then that's just, nothing Socks. Can you stop sitting on the mouse, please? All right. And now I've just got to translate stuff. Alright, Socks is here. She's causing trouble once again. So let's put her front and center. What I want to do is I want to translate this. I'm just going to go up here and I'm just going to go submit to factor authentication. Once again, I've got to double check this with a friend. I don't think this is the correct terminology, but this will be two-factor password. And this will be please insert the two-factor password. Socks just wants some love. That's why she's here at the moment. And there we go. And that I've got to implement this. Sorry, Socks, but I'm working at the moment. So label and placeholder need to go T, and this will be single, not login. Yeah, login message. What am I talking about? This will be T, and this will be the oh wait, TFA placeholder. Sorry, not login message. TFA. All of that is done. The button component, that will be submit TFA. And I think that's it for this one. We do need to quickly test this. That's not going to be hard. I'll just go admin. I'll test it right now. Oh, I haven't set up anything around this yet. Damn it. Alright. That is annoying. But I do want to log out. And I haven't set up the logout yet, which I thought I did. Alright. I'm just going to clear cookie and that data. Let's cool, perfect. So the next step, I've got to do forgotten password and then just the password reset stuff. All right, so we've done all of that. We're going to implement. One thing I do want to check, view page. That's EN. All right, cool. I'm hoping that's not work related. No, all right. Okay. What I want to do is I want to go define internationalization. Once again, we're going to go const T equals use internationalization, and then we've got messages, and then we've got English, and then we've got Japanese, like so. I'm just going to split those out like that. Oops. And then we're going to have a look. How are you? How are you, Licoppager? Hopefully you're going well. How's the weather over there at the moment? Oh, I've just done this in login images. Oh, that's a bit silly. I'm just going to, cut that out. Login images doesn't have anything in there. I mean, potentially login image we could translate, but I don't think that's worth it. All right, forgotten password. Paste that back in there. And then what we want to do, import, use internationalization. Somehow I knew Socks was just going to sit on the mouse at that very second. Socks, come on. I need to, need to use the mouse in my left hand more often. All right, forgot password. We're just gonna go in here. We're gonna go forgotten password. That's easy done. We're just gonna go forgotten password. Cool. If we have a look, we've got email. We'll have email placeholder. Yes. We'll have submit button. We'll also have go back to login. Which should belong up there. What else would we have? That's pretty much it at the moment. So what I want to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just going to copy those 5. We're just going to paste them down here. We're going to, once again, I've got something. You are sitting on the mouse so you get close to my hand. Come on, sit on my lap. There we go. Everyone wants to see you sitting on my lap. You might get treats. She's like, no, no, nope, nope. All right. Forgotten password. She keeps sitting on the mouse. Piss off, socks. Come on, work with me, not against me. Email. And thank you very much, Otrix. Thank you very much. Thank you very. Yeah, I do hope you are enjoying my content as we figure this one out. Ooh. We're not passing down any placeholder stuff. Yeah, sup, how are you? Hopefully going well. So we're not passing anything down. Yeah, I can't complain. It's a public holiday today, so I'm streaming extra long. I usually start in an hour and a half, but yeah. Today we're trying to crunch out as much of NearBeach as possible and get some more functionality in there. And some more unit tests and stuff like that. So yeah, just coding in midnight because it has so many bugs in production. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, just trying to get all of this done. So yeah, we're implementing internationalization and more accessibility into NearBeach. So as I'm doing this massive refactor, we're kind of doing it at the start, figuring it out, and then deploying what we've learned across all the different components that we're building up. So yeah. Now, Welk itself, we've got the password reset done, or forgotten password panel. I'm just realizing that we've got a step further down for this. We've got the login image. So yeah, once again, this isn't needed here, but that's not a problem. I'm going to bring that over there. I'm going to cut it and put it in the correct place. We're going to go password forgotten. And we're going to put this over here. We're going to cut this out from the old one, and we're just going to just paste it into there. Perfectly fine. I am going to cut that one out too. I'm just going to paste that into there. We're just going to do that. So if I scroll down, now we've got the stuff here. We've got the forgotten password, which we just do the T and then forgotten password. Perfect. We'll need to do these properly. So I need to translate this. So your email sucks. Come off it. She's doing that purposely now. Stay. All right, getting back into this. We've got the T, we've got the email, like so, and then we'll have the T and then email placeholder, like so. And then we'll have the, down here, the T, this will be the submit button. And then down here we'll have the T and the go back. All right. The internationalization is the worst thing to do. So yeah. There's a lot of fiddliness to it and stuff like that. And then there's a lot of double checking. It does also add on a little bit of complexity. Socks, you are pasting. What's the matter? There's a lot of complexity that it does add in. So if someone were to read this form, they're like, oh, where's this? What's this? If they don't know that, they have to look up here and stuff like that. So yeah, 100% agree. All right, go back to login. That, and also you got to test it later, and yeah. All right, submit. And once again, I'm just copying and pasting from Google Translate. These could all be wrong and stuff like that. I will get a friend to help me with these translations. So I think I've got everything on this form. I then need to do the password reset. All right, yep. This is where we've got to do all of this. So that will be the main title, that will be the content, that will be the go back. And that will be the failed title, the error message. Once again, we won't need to translate that at all because that will be coming from the server. And that will be the go back message. All right, cool. So up here, this is define internationalization, easy done. This will be const t equals, yep, like that. We just bump this into here. We go messages, we go English, and then we go Japanese, like that. In this sort of case, what we want is we want to go back, is going to be that. Going to be just that itself. So that will then be t go back. So we're all happy with that. We'll have a title. Password reset sent. All right, and then we'll have a message, which once again, I'm just gonna cut from here. I don't need to do too much like that. All right, cool. And we'll have the error version. So we'll have error message and error title, like so. Oops, and I've hit F1 or grazed the F1 key. So down here, for error message, all right, cool. This will be T title, and this will be T message. All right. Once again, I'm just gonna cut. Paste. Oh, we don't have an error message one for the, we only have the error title. Error title. Socks, you're getting really close to the mouse and keyboard again. No, you stay down here. All right. All right, down you go. There you go. All right. And this will be just a simple go back message, but that's the same thing. And that's pretty much it. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 in there. We're just going to go like that. I'm just going to use Google Translate once again and hope for the best. Password reset failed. All right, that should be it. Something's broken, but not a problem. I'll just refresh. We will click on forgotten password. I'm just going to go support at NearBeach.org. Oh, sorry, I was meant to click that on that screen. As you can see, this is all done like that. I'm going to say yes. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy. Don't know if once again, I don't know if this is correct. What we'll have to do is get someone to verify that. But yeah, that's looking pretty good. And then all I've got to do is the password reset stuff. And now I don't know mail trap. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I'm just logging into Mailtrap. All right, so not quite done with this page, but that's not a problem. We'll just copy that. We'll just go over here. We'll just do this and we'll go boom. All right, let's start this. I'm going to close the other tabs. We're going to move up to the top. We're going to define internationalization. This will be const t equals yep. We've got messages, yep. We've got the English, yep. And we've got the Japanese, yep. All right, cool. In here, what we want is we'll have reset password. That doesn't exist at the moment. The error message we're not going to worry about just yet. The inputs, yeah, we'll need to pass those through. So that will be t dot new password. And that will be confirm password. All right, cool, cool, cool. And then that will be reset password. And I think that's pretty much it. So reset password will be reset password. Easy done. The confirm password, we confirm password, and then password is going to be password. Easy. Password 1, password 2, confirm password. Oh, there we go. Got it. Oh, new password. That should be new password, and then we've got to type in new password and confirm password. I'm gonna have the reset password be the same between the both. That doesn't matter. We're going to grab all three of those. We're going to paste them in like this, and we're going to do Google Translate very, very quickly. This is reset password. Once again, we just copy this and we just paste it in, and then confirm password, or new password, I should say. Do the new password. Wait, let me select. Thank you. And then confirm password. And presto! All right. Now, if the passwords weren't the same, passwords don't match, we need to take care of these in here. Now, I'm not too worried about this error message here. It's just these two which we can translate easily. So what we want to do up here is non-matching password. Password don't match is done. Just gonna go up here. We're gonna do passwords don't match. All right, cool. We're just gonna go down here and go non-matching password. We're just gonna copy this. We're just gonna paste this in like this. And then once again, down here, we're just going to go T non-matching passwords. Easy done. That just adds that layer in. Now we've got query string missing. Missing. Like so. We're just going to copy that. We're just going to paste that into there like that. So we're just going to go query string missing. We're just going to copy that. We're just going to go down here and copy this and then just paste that in. And then once again, we get rid of this. We just go T, query string missing. We'll just go back over here. I'm just going to go lap, and then boom. All right, cool. With the query string missing, that would be something like piss. I'm fat fingering like this, and tomorrow be something like this. Oh. Why did I just get an alert? That was a bit of a concern. Let's try that again. I'm just going to reset password. We're just going to go support at NearBeach.org. Yeah, cool. Let's just send it off. I am going to copy that link. I'm going to paste it into here, but I'm getting rid of this query string. All right, yeah, that works perfectly fine. I'm then going to get rid of this query string. All right, I don't know what happened then, but not a problem. If I go back into here, this is looking perfectly fine. I'm actually happy with this. And Yeah, we can submit this. Okay. Before I actually do, let's minimize everything. Let's open up this. Let's open up source. Let's open up internationalization. So we won't need this in here because the messages are done at the component level, which is what we want. Easy done. We do have this in here, which I'm going to get rid of. I'm going to get rid of that. And then I'm going to import it from here. Now, if I go back into here, we've got reset password. I'm all happy with that. That is working perfectly fine. Now, you might notice that the it defaults back to English. That's because we have that at default in English. And I've just realized we've just had an ad break. I do apologize. I didn't see the ad breaks. We're going to minimize this. We're going to open up this. We are going to go into NearBeach. We're going to go into the templates. We're going to go into NearBeach. And for those that add ad breaks, I do apologize. I didn't see the ad breaks until it was way too late. NearBeach templates. There's the authentication templates. And by default, we've got it set as English, which is probably not what we want. We actually want this to translate automatically dependent on the user's native language. So, or the browser's language and stuff like that. I'm trying to think what would be the better way to do this. And that's where we're just going to look it up. All right, localization, all of that kind of stuff, local names, format file. All right, Django has full, yep, that's fine. Essentially, Django does two things. It allows developers and template authors to specify which part of their apps to be translated and format into local. All right, cool. It uses, yep, all right, cool. Yep. Often causes confusion here. Internationalization provides social. All right, cool. Localization, write and translate local formats. All right, cool. Translation control. However, all right, cool. Oh, sorry. Bit of a yawn. Django auto detect users language for, and I keep forgetting what this HTML. Alright, now they've just got language code in there. To dynamically set the language attribute in the Django template, the Django is based on the detect user's language, get current language as language code, template inside of that. Alright. Is it really that simple? Nah, it's never that simple. Invalid block on line 2, get current language if you forget to register or load this tag. Yeah, it's never that easy. I'll probably have to do it in the settings too. So we want NearBeach, we want the local, We want the settings. I don't think I've got internationalization on here. Oh, I do too. So essentially we want use internationalization true. Yep, a language code. Yeah, why not? Languages. How's this? This is an array of triples. I'm just fat typing, aren't I? I can't spell. Yes, I know socks. And we need some middleware. So just leaving that there. We don't have that already set up. All right, cool. We might need to reset this. Nah, all right, cool. That AI just hallucinated. I did. All right, here we are. Get that as language code. All right, as language. All right, cool. I've got to load the internationalization at the top of the thing. So that requires me to do that. Let's have a refresh. All right, done. And what I'm going to do oh, all right, I was meant to bump that. Oh, wait, get that on that side. All right, sweet. So, Chrome is automatically detecting that it's set to Japanese language, which I've done in the past to test a few other things. As you see, this is working wonders. And yeah, all right. All right, I've just dropped that thing again. Okay, can you not send on the keyboard? Thank you. Going back into this, I'm just going to close all of these tabs. I'm going to minimize everything. I'm going to open up this. I'm going to go open up the source. We've got our login. I'm happy with our login. I'm also happy with this setup. This is fine. Because yeah, it looks like we're, if I go back to the Chrome, fine, reinstall Chrome. Yeah, I fucking thought so. View page source, we can see that the language is auto-detected and I'm happy with that. Shouldn't this be updating? All right. Where was I? So we've done that. I've just got to implement that on here now. So that way we can just keep moving forward with the internationalization. It's pretty easy. We got that there, we got that there, we got that there. All right, it's done. Cool. We don't need to worry about it. It will just suddenly start working as we're actually implementing these particular components. Okay, so we want to go back over here. We want to go get status. We've done quite a number of changes. We're going to go get add. We're going to go, get diff. I just want to see the package.json. All right, it's not going to show me the diff anymore. We go back to the package.json, we can see that, yeah, I'll put the petite version in here. So the petite version is just a lot smaller. We don't need everything that's in the full version. Okay, git commit, implementation of the accessibility functionality, login pages have been translated. All right, cool. Easy done. So I'm having a bit of a think. We should have npm run dev running anyway. If I go to the network tab, I'm just going to delete everything. I'm going to reload everything. So it's currently sitting at 1.5 megabytes. And remember, that is debug mode. This is going to be really, really tiny when we actually get to the compiled production version. So I'm quite happy at that. That, and also that image will take up quite a bit. For 0.32, I'm going to go out and actually start taking more and more photos again, dealing with the new sort of layout. Also, I wonder if I've forgotten what happens when we use a smaller screen. Yeah, it doesn't load in anything. Yeah, it's only on the iPad level. All right, cool, not a problem. What I could potentially do is put the login screen on top of that and then put a overlay around here. But not to worry, I won't worry about that yet. Oh, it looks like I do have the tab stuff on. Oh. All right. Just going crazy before. No problem, that bug report is in there. I'll stay in there. Same with the sign-in one. So I'm wondering, should we fix that now? I think we should. So, under the components, the login page, the login page, the login panel, what we've got to do is when they hit submit, all right, I'm just gonna minimize that so I can see the full screen. So on submit, declare functions, yep. All right. Oh yeah, that. All right, cool. Sign in to do prevent default. Yeah, we want to go up to the sign in page because that's where the errors are occurring. So we've got the sign in. So check field validation. If this dot user, actually it will be username dot value equals empty string, because these will be strings by default like that, or username dot value equals null just in case, or password dot value equals that, or password dot value equals null. We're going to have an error message. So has error It's just error message, isn't it? Error message dot value. This is where we can start using our translation, validation error. Love how it picks that up. Please fill out all fields. Once again, we're just going to copy that. We're just going to paste that down there. I'm just going to use translation to state, please fill out all fields. We're just going to copy that. We're just going to go down here, and we're just going to go paste. Easy done. So that's just going to be a T. That's going to be validation error message, and then we just return. So if we go over here and click submit, it's going to say please fill out all fields. If we do that in Chrome, which I've got to reinstall because it's complaining, it's going like, hey, you gotta reinstall me. Wherever Chrome is. No, I don't think we need file roller. I think we just need it to software install it. That's. I'm gonna. Did it install? All right, exit out of that. I don't think this got installed. I've just got to find this. Nothing. All right, not a problem. Alright, cool. Give me 2 seconds. Right. I can turn back on my camera. There we go. All right, no, selecting Google Chrome instead of all of that, it does all of that. You know what, at the end of the day, I hardly use Chrome. I'm just gonna go, all right, cool. Look like that updated. I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's fine. Let's go into localhost 8000. Yep, sweet, it does all of that, what we wanted to. I'm just gonna close this. I'm gonna go over here, validated error message. All right, cool. I'm just going to move this all the way over here. And then that. Yeah, that matches that. All right. Sweet. All right, cool. We fixed that bug. So I want to go back into NearBeach.utrack, where we don't want the whelk, this is where I gotta do some weird stuff. I gotta go over here and then I'm gonna go into issue. No. All right, NearBeach application. Let's save search. What we're actually going to do. We're just going to do that. All right. And then with the version, what we're going to bump this all the way down and go 0.32. And we're going to do that. We're going to apply those changes. There we go. All right. Log 2FA app authenticators do not work. Yep. All right. Cool. That might be fixed. Not a problem. So I'm just trying to find the ticket we had before. There's how many are in here? Oh, that's the problem. 17. Oh, have we fixed that one? All right, not a problem. Organize. Start from the top. Log into can submit empty fields. All right, with ready for retesting. All right, cool. Then what I want to do is I want to copy that. I want to go git status and commit bug fix. Push. And then git branch. I'm pretty sure I'm on the permission state management. Damn. All right. I just realized that I solved this and I was going to squish all of these. Damn it, this is my own little fault. I should have checked Git before doing all of this. I should have done that administration. The permission state management works how we want it to, but the problem is I essentially uploaded a few random commits and all that kind of stuff. What we want to do is we want to jump up into here. We just want to go into the permission state management. We actually do want to do a compare and pull, but we're not going into the master. We're going into the 0.32 development. Now I'm going to check the amount of commits. We've got 6 commits in this. So we've got login screen, users, so those implementation of interfaces plus search. So we still want to keep those 3. I wanted to squish those 3. In this sort of case, what I'm going to do I'm just going to do it as a pull request. So this is going from there into there. What we want to implement is implementation of the following. I'm trying to do this properly with all my commits at the moment. So implementation of state permissions on the state management. Implementation of those unit testing, or more unit test, I should state. And we've got accessibility. Sorry, not accessibility, international. I'm just going to do that. And then what we have is we've got a bug fix. We're just going to copy that once again. We're just going to create the pull request. Now I know Circle CI is going to fail. It always fails. We should fix that one up. But we're going to do that after the merge request. I'm going to delete the branch. I'm going to go git checkout. This would be 0.32 development. I'm just going to git pull. Cool. We've just pulled out all of those through. Whilst I'm here, I'm going to fix that Circle CI stuff. Problem is, I can't log into Circle CI. Not on Firefox, at least. So if I go to login, we get this page. We bump that off to the left. You can see I just get constant error messages and stuff like that, which is very frustrating. Which means I've got to log into Git on Chrome, do all that kind of funky stuff. All right, give me a minute. I've just got to go onto the secret screen. Piss off, I've clicked on that. Sorry, I've just got to do all of this now, which is why I didn't do it before. Now I have to wait for the... All right, I'm oh piss. All right, cool. I'm in. I can now share the screen again. All right, sorry about that. Had to do it, and I've just realized that there's an ad break now, and this would have been perfect for the ad break. I'm also just wondering whether or not I should start eating something. It is 6 p.m. I really haven't eaten anything today. Oh, I shouldn't I? Yeah, I'm gonna get something to quickly to eat. Don't worry, I won't be long. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, so we can see our build files and all that kind of fun stuff now. So if I go into here, yay! Alright, cool. Now we can do stuff. It looks like, so if I zoom in, oh god, way too big. We go down here, vtest called one unhandled error. This might be false positive, resolve the errors, browser type launch, executable doesn't exist, home, cache, all that kind of fun stuff. Looks like Playwright test or Playwright was just installed or update. Please run the following command. So it looks like we just got to run something in the whole entire Circle CI pipeline. So we're going to close all these tabs. We're going to minimize this. We're going to open up this. We are going to open up our Circle CI. We've got our config. So we've got the build and test backend, and then we've got the build and test the front end. So down here, restore cache. We've got the cache. Install dependencies, npm install, save cache, but also at the same time, I'm going to do that. Yeah, I think that's all we need to actually do. And all that's doing is, if we clear all of this, it goes npm install and... So it finds those, and then it runs npx. And that should be fine. So npx will just do that. Make sure that the last of the Playwright stuff is installed. What I want to do, git status, I want to... Ooh, what's the diff? And package lock. Okay, git status. I'm going to circle CI runs npm. We're just going to run after npm install. We're just going to push that. Now, I've got my really, really hot pumpkin soup. And when I say hot, I mean spicy. I am going to turn off my face because this might be really spicy. It might be, you might see me sweat. All right. I've made this thing really spicy. That's by my standards too. All right. Let's jump into CircleCI. Let's close that. Just gonna zoom out a little bit. I'm just gonna go home. We've got 1 minute to go. Overview. Oh, we've got failing already. All right. Wow, this is a massive log. All right. All right. One error. Restart or close. Okay. What I want to do, I'm going to do something. I'm going to remove the node modules. I'm doing this purposely. So that does that, and then I'm going to run this command. All right, and installed stuff very, very quickly. And then I'm going to run this. And that ran perfectly. We do have a lot of consoles. So I'm just going to get rid of. And now we've gotten the errors. Oh. All right. Flashbang. All right. We've got 0 errors again. Oh, I'm gonna have to get rid of all of these. Okay, that's looking a lot better. That's how we want this to be. Sorry, this is really delicious pumpkin soup. And spicy. All right. Now, let's have a look in here. I don't know why I'm also having the problem here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up this. I'm going to go circle CI playwright example. Because we are installing some stuff. And I'm just wondering if I need to install any other stuff. And what I mean is in the config here. All right, why permissions running amok? My God, that permission data. Thank you. All right, that's off. So this is, yeah, this is where's the Circle CI stuff? I want the Docker stuff. All right, down here we've got all this. All right, restore. But we should actually have all the playwright stuff in the package.json. I might not have. Oh, there we go. Oh, playwright test at the top too. And browser playwright test. All right. I'm just gonna copy this. Looks like it is an issue. I don't want to spend ages in there. Okay, they've probably fixed that. That's fine. But yeah, I wonder what's causing this. All right, error. Browser type launch, target type page, context of browser has been closed, browser logs. So I'm just pasting that in there. That's incorrect. No, that's incorrect. No. Yeah. Am I meant to install something else? Am I meant to wait for until that's done? Yeah, that has nothing to do with my code. I'm just gonna go home. I'm just gonna have a look at the pipelines. I'm just going to analyze the error. All right, it is missing a system library for Playwright. Ah. For those wondering what's going on, there we go. So, what's actually happening? The test runner failed because Playwright's Chromium browser cannot launch in a Circle CI environment due to its missing library. That library there. This prevents the browser-based testing from running, causing Vite to crash with unhandled errors. Easy done. All right, cool. Chrome requires the library to run, but is not installed in Circle CI container. This error message shows this. All right, cool. The user is running Vite with the browser Playwright provided in the Circle CI environment that lacks the necessary system dependencies for running the headless. All right, cool. So, recommended fixes. Option 1, install the system dependencies like this. So, yeah, that's gonna be really, really easy. So if we go back to the config, we've got the command this. What I want to also do is I want to copy all of that. What we're going to have so we've got steps, check out. And we're going to run. So I've got to copy that run and all of those. Sorry. I'm just going to pop down here. We just need to, do something like that. This is just all tabulated in wrong. So I'm double checking that it is in the correct tabulation. So we've got the all commands, something like that. Now, I didn't know we could do that with Docker. However, all right. Usually I would put this on a different line. So that's what this is saying. Option 2, add a pre-image, which we are using Node. With Node browsers. Actually, that might be a little bit better. All right, so if we go back over here, it's saying Node 18 browsers. Now, I need to double check a few things, so give me a couple of seconds, not hug hub. And I'm going to go Node 23 browsers. I'm really testing it where it's like Node 18. I don't want a dozen commits just to get this right. I like to switch to node based. No. We're testing it with the browser sort of stuff. I think hopefully that will work. Otherwise, if that doesn't work, we'll do this up here. All right, so I'm just gonna exit, hit status, hit add. Move node, circle CI, move from node 23 to node 23 browsers. Full browser testing, unit testing. Let's just hit get push. Let's go back to Circle CI. All right, it didn't like that. So I'm going to go back to the start again. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go down here, explain error. We're going to install all of this run. That will actually happen at the very, very start. Got to make sure this lines up exactly. So we've got the command, we've got all of that, and then we've got all of this. And then what I want to do, so I'm still going to do that last one too. So I need to go back into the pipelines. I need this particular one where it wants me to run this. And then what I want to do, git status, git add, git commit, circle CI, modifications to manually importing the required libraries for Chrome. Just going to push that. Let's go back over here. This is running. Yeah, this is just installing everything, and it failed. Ba-ba. All right. Unable to locate packages. Yeah, this is why I don't trust the AI stuff. It just absolutely, yeah. All right. Yeah, those packages don't exist. And hey! How are you going, Ash? Hopefully you're going well. Alright, this is just taking a little while. Okay, so it's saying some of these packages don't exist, which is annoying. Yeah, I couldn't find package this. If we go copy and we just go in here, there it is. Is that even a real package? Another thing I could look at is no, that's not filling that out. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to go to hub.docker.com. This is the Circle CI version. I'm going to have a look at the tags. Now, they might have 23. I see that they've got 23.11.0 browsers. All right, so I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste that into there. And I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm just going to go git status, git add, git commit, circle CI for front end testing. And we're just going to set it. Ad break. Sorry, there you go. I have finished my pumpkin soup, so I should put back on the video camera. But yeah, we're about 45 seconds after the ads. And then, yeah. How are we going? It is 6:30. I have been streaming 4 hours. Oh my god. So it's a long stream. We'll see how I'm at the 6-hour mark. We'll try and push it to 9. I don't think I've ever done an 8-hour stream before. So, yeah. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, once we get this testing sort of done, we can then jump back into the front end sort of stuff. And we can start implementing the new stuff. And also internationalization. We can implement that for the existing components. Yeah, so yeah, anyway, welcome back everyone. Let's go back into workspace. Now, I've just pushed that, I think. Yeah, I've just pushed it. Let's see if it breaks. Oh, running a minute ago. Let's go into pipelines. Failing. All right, 3 errors. Which I'm not replicating on my local. Alright, vtest caught 3 unhandled errors during the test run. This might cause false positives. Resolve unhandled errors. Make sure the tests are not affected. Alright, cannot read properties of undefined reading app. Alright, dashboard spec. Going to close all of these. I'm going to close all of that. I'm going to open up this. What we're going to do is we're going to actually find out these errors and fix them up. I want to bring this over to here. That way I can just swing over. So source components. We also have something wrong with the stores. Is it not liking... Yeah. Oh, fuck off. No, that's... It's the one problem with TypeScript, which I don't like it when this is... Alright, this will be either a number or a string. Fuck off. You can have a number. Alright, import type permission data. Oh my god, piss off. Permission data interface. Oh, sometimes this stuff just pisses me off beyond belief. From utils, and people say AI is great. They can't even fill out stuff properly. Alright, permission data interface. No, I know what's wrong. They didn't piss off. That was a capital. There we go. All right. Okay, that one's fixed. However, we've got the components dashboard stuff, which I'll just do right now. So we've got the source, we've got the components, we've got the dashboard, dashboard page spec. So in here, it's saying I don't know what's wrong with this. All right. Now, VueJS caught on 3 cannot read properties of undefined reading app. So we've got that. Got that. And then we've got the mounting of the dashboard itself. All right. I have a look here. No modules. View dev cool. Yep. All right. Get act inspectors. No module. Apply promise. No. Applied. No. All right. I don't know. Let's go explain error. Let's see what it says. Trying to read the app properties from an undefined object in get inspector. Reach app. All right, cool. Config test to config. All right, hang on. Let's go down here. So we want environment. Yep. An env. And then view DevTools enabled to false. Now I'm just going to copy and paste this because I don't trust it. There you go, because I did a spelling mistake. And that's got to be according to that. And then alternatively, the test unit, view test. I mean, no, we'll keep this where we want it to. So what do I want to do? Remove everything from the node modules here. npm install. What we're going to do is help. npm install. I don't know if there's a no cache version. We'll just run it. Installs pretty quickly because we've got everything cached. If we do npm run test unit, it runs all of this. It runs perfectly fine on our local environment, which is annoying. What I want to do is, let's have a look at our package.log, package.json, sorry. In here, we've got that, we've got vtest like that. No, not found. I'm just going to do that, and then if we go npm run, npm run, do that again. Yep, all right, it appears there. Run test unit no dev tools. Yeah, it's running perfectly fine. This is also should update that. Yeah, I do agree with that. Let's update those. Yeah, all right. I don't want to do this just yet. I'm getting rid of this. I don't think it's needed. It could also be because we had type error before, and I just realized that we probably did fix this. All right, we're going back to here. We've got the running, we've got the test front ends. It's downloading everything that we need. All right, sweet. I just dropped my pen again. Okay. It's doing all the Chromium stuff. Saving the cache. Let's just run the tests. All right, cool. And that's how quick the tests pass. Yeah, at the moment, they're very, very quick. A lot quicker than what we had when we were using Webpack. No, don't you dare eat any of that. All right, I'm gonna deal with this before Socks tries that again. I don't want her to be in pain. No, sweetie. This is pain stuff. All right. Yes. The pumpkin suit had some of my dragon's breath in it. I definitely don't want socks having any of that. So we've got the Circle CI stuff fixed. All right, I'm happy now because this means moving forward. Put that over there. I can start testing, having Circle CI do all my tests and stuff like that, and not have to do it locally and all that kind of fun stuff. All right. So we're happy with this. We're happy with this. We're happy with this. We're all happy with all of that at the moment. I can log in. It's not going to log in because I'm not running npm run dev. There you go. Now, I've got to do the translations here. Now, one thing which is actually a bit different is we've actually got objects in here. And this particular search, this particular search project is actually a generic search. So it will be used for tasks, requirements, Kanban boards, requests for change, and so forth like that. With the idea being, it's generic enough. All the fields and results coming back from the back end are generic enough that it'll just plug in and everyone will be happy with it. Now, I've got to think of a smart way to add the ability that we can actually translate objects. So that way it doesn't matter what object it is, it'll just work. Now I could split this up and then what I'm trying to think of, I could split this up so you have search and then the name. But sometimes that won't work. In which case you might need to go further down the stream. And what I mean is search projects make sense in the English language, but in another language, having it like that might not work. And what might make work is project search. And I've got to think of a way where I'm not splitting up lines of text into multiple different sections, because not every single language has that grammatical structure. So one way to solve it is I could have search projects, search tasks, search Kanban board, and so forth like that, and then deal with those translations like that. But then I need to pass through a variable to be like, yo, use this one instead of this one. So yeah, let's do that. But first, I'm gonna stand up. I've been sitting since 2 p.m. I want to stand. All right. Get that there, that there. All right, move that down here. I'll move that over there. I also cleaned up my study the other day, so everything's looking really, really nice. All right. Yeah, let's get translating this one first. Let's just close all of that. Let's minimize all of that. Let's open up this. Let's open up the source components. We've got the search. We're just going to open up the search. Now, yeah, that's how we were going to do it. So I have the search page language and all of that kind of stuff. I'm going to delete that for the moment. Once again, we'll come back to that in the future. We might want to split up all the language files into single files. So that way the user's only downloading what they need. But yeah, here we are. We have nothing to translate in at this level. Yay. Let's do the search filter first because that one's going to be the hardest one. So we go down here, we've got the card component, we've got the search filter. Yep, all right. So we have this up here, and then we've got the route meta description. So I'm going to play around with that. And we're going to do it slowly. So up here, what I want to do is, this is define internationalization. We want the const t to equal the use internationalization. Cool. We do need to import it. There we go. And then we've got messages. And this will be search. Oh, hang on. Sorry, it's meant to be en first. And then search. And then we're just going to type in search up there. And then what I'm going to do, search. Actually, yeah, we'll leave it like that. We'll leave it like that. That's fine. We're doing this little piecemeal by piecemeal. So in here, we're just going to copy this. We're just going to go old for that one, and then we're deleting all of this. And then we do the internationalization. So we do this, and then we just go search. Like that. We know this is going to work. There's search underneath. Cool, sweet. We're going to actually hide this top one. We'll delete it at the end of the day. So there you go, there's search. But what if I wanted to add in an object in here? And then what if I want to say project? And then if I scroll, whoops, way too far. Whoa, way too far. And if we go search.project. Yeah, it's coming up with that in here. Yeah, I know, sucks. Yeah, there's a couple of things that I can potentially do. I could get rid of that and do, get rid of the dot and do something like that, and then handle each one of those up above. So it's more flat packed out here instead of doing this. However, that being said, I did read in the documentation that they do this. Oh, there's lazy loading. Yeah, that's what I've got to implement, but that's a later thing. This is single file. If you're building view component or view applications using single file components, you can manage the locals using a custom block. So they've got messages.hello, like that. However, we're going to be a bit different. Yeah, it's got a... But then they've flat packed it here. Yeah, this is the thing that annoys me about this thing. Yeah, it just comes up with search project. It doesn't actually do the translation at all. If we go into the console log, make sure I don't have persistent on. I'm just going to delete everything and refresh. Search project key not found in the EN locals message. Translated, yeah. I'm probably going to have to just move it to down to like that sort of state. No, that's the tunnel. This is a good one because if I could get it to do that, that will work perfectly fine. But I've also got to handle undefined sort of cases. Yeah, I do know that if I look down further, we're using the computed method too, where it's the message and it's just that, yeah. And we can add on, yeah. We're passing through the message, yeah, all right. But that once again doesn't work in every single case. See, all right, this is a good example. We've got search projects here, and then we've got project or Kansaku. So in here we've got project search or search. The val becomes after the object. Which is annoying. I've also got to handle cases where we don't have the object in there. I think that'll be fine. All right, what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to have search underscore, and I'm going to have route.meta.destination. Like that. And what that will actually give us is search underscore project, search underscore requirement, and so forth like that, which is what we need. Then up here, we're going to add in all of those objects. So for example, search project, I'm just leaving it like, going to do that. Search task, search Kanban board, This is where we actually have a look at this. So we've done that requirement. We've done task and request for change. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different searches, and we might need to add on to this in the future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why I deleted it from up there, but you know, I have moments of genius. So search Kanban board. Search request for change. Search requirement. Once again, I'm just copying and pasting these from Google Translate. These could be way off. If you're a native speaker, I fully understand how frustrating that is. But the idea of this is once we get NearBeach, the internationalization settled in NearBeach, we're going to open it up for people to translate it to whatever language they want, and we're going to try and make it as easy as possible. So yeah. All right, so they're in like that. I think that works perfectly. All right, we're going to jump over into Google, Chrome, sorry. Going to log in. I'm going to go project. Sorry, I just got an itchy leg. Renders non-elemental root process animated, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to hit refresh. It doesn't work. Oh. All right. That's annoying. You know why? Haven't implemented what we did on the template. So I've got to open up this. We're going to open up our templates. We've got the NearBeach. I did it on the authentication template where we've added those in. That's the email. We don't need to worry about that. And then the application HTML, I just need to put those in. So we need to quickly put in the load internationalization. Easy done. And then we've got the get current language as language code. And then for this one, we've just got language code. All right, cool. Now, if I clear all cookies, I'm just going to refresh. Oh, I'm on the Firefox. All right, no, sorry. There you go. So, realized. done. So we're over here. I'm just going to refresh. All right. Now we just got to translate the other things. That's just going to be super simple because that's very generic. That won't be, but once again, we can add that in Flatpak wise, like up here. We can go search placeholder for all of those. Or yeah, no, we need to, because the messaging will be slightly different. What do I need to do? Placeholder. Placeholder. All right, search placeholder, search for a Kanban board. We're just going to clear these ones out. Search for a request for change. Search for a requirement. Search for a project, and then search for a task. Yeah, it can be the same thing here. Once again, I've just got to, I'll just do it. Done. All right, going over to the Google Translates. We are I did something silly. All right, let's do this again. Let's hope I do it in the right place this time. All right. There we go. I haven't fed that through. All right. Instructions. So that will be instructions. And that will quite literally be this text here. And then we've got closed. Yeah, closed. Ooh, this one. Now it says show closed project. I'm gonna scrap that. I'm just gonna have show closed. I'm gonna be very generic about that there. And that's fine. no one's chatting on YouTube. Yep. All right. I think that's it for this section. I just got to wire it up down here now. I've also got to double check that we don't have any other messaging. So just going through here very quickly. We do a watch, yeah, that's perfectly fine. We do all of that. We're doing a bunch of checking. That's the query string. That's fine. That doesn't need to be translated. We do need to handle the errors. I have not figured out how I want to handle errors yet. So, yeah, it's just going to be one of those things that I've just got to eventually figure it out and be like, cool, this is what's going to happen. All right, so we've got the set timeout, no other stuff. So down here, what we want to do is we want to get rid of that. We can actually do that now because this is just going to be T, and then we're just going to go instructions. That's small enough to put down in there. The placeholder, we no longer need that whole entire thing. This will be this will be backticked. This will be search underscore the route.meta.destination underscore placeholder. And I'm just double checking those words. So we've got, oh, search placeholder and then the object. All right, cool. That's fine, we just do this. He's done. As for the label, yeah, once again, this is going to be a bit different. This is going to be T closed. All right. And that's it. So we've got those now, as you can see, that's working perfectly fine in English. In Japanese, yep, sure, I'm going to assume that that translation is correct. Yeah, easy done. So we're happy with that. Now, what I've got to do is implement the search input. So the search input, we're only changing this and this, that's all. Everything else down here, wait, this is the search input. This doesn't matter. Sorry, that doesn't matter. I'm thinking of the search results. Sorry. So the search results, as you can see, we've got the search header. It's only in the header that we need to make those changes, because everything else comes from the database. We're not translating that. No. This is just going to be pretty easy to do. This is quite literally, we're going to go const t equals yep, and then we're just going to bump that in like that. Now that hasn't imported yet. There it is. And then we go messages, and then English, and then Japanese like that. With the English, we want title, and that's just going to be title. Easy done. We don't need to, and this will be status, and that will be just status. And I've just realized that yes, that should actually be up there, and then I need to do that and just paste that into there, and then we just translate stuff. All right. Yep, and then we just need to hook everything up. Boom. All done. All right. I'm happy with that. That's looking good. Yeah. Once again, all of this, we don't need to change the Pro to and stuff like that. That will be kept in. Yeah, all of this can actually be changed by the user. As in, like, it'll be, the user can change the status names and they can key in whatever status names they want. Same with the project titles and all that kind of fun stuff. All right, I think that's it with that a bit of functionality. I'm just going to end this very, very quickly. I'm going to go git status. I'm going to go git add. I'm going to go git commit. Internationalization for the search components. And we're just going to push that. And npm run dev again. Now I'm just double checking my phone just because it's been going off like there's no tomorrow. All right. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, it looks. It's gonna. Now I've noticed that the font size in the Japanese is slightly different, but it's not going to be a problem. Another thing which I should also translate is the icons over here, the menu icons. And I need to also make it so that if a user doesn't have access, for example, to requirements, we then get rid of that from there. All right, so I'm going to minimize everything. I'm going to open up NearBeach. I'm going to go into source. We're going to go into components. We're going to go into that as part of the navbar. Actually, no, the navbar is the top component. This up here. Oh, that might be part of the header. No, I stand corrected. Sorry, that's part of the header. The navbar is actually over here. Yep. All right, I've gone crazy. Don't worry. We're going to exit out of that. We're going to open up the navbar component. Now we've got a couple of to-dos in there. There's not much in here when it comes to the navbar. I'm just realizing this might be a complete rewrite of what I've done. This is possibly not. Isn't that right, Socks? Okay. So we've got the navbar menu. And we've also got the navbar settings menu down at the bottom. And also one other thing is I've got to implement the logout functionality. Keep forgetting it. I want that part of the PY Python. I'm going to do the logout functionality first. We want to go to views. We want to also have a look at the URLs. We've got the base URLs. So there's the API, there's the login stuff. Oh. just realized that we only have this as like this. The logout should always be a get. Oh, sorry, be good. Trying to think how I would do this. So we've got login path and all that kind of fun stuff. And the path passes on stuff for the login views, which is what we want. This just, honestly, that's how simple the login view is. It's bare metal. I'm gonna say, we're gonna have to have a logout view. That's fine. The reset password view is a little bit more. So this is the logout view. Yeah, sucks. I'm gonna add that in. This is gonna be just the logout view. It's gonna be a get. We won't need any of this, but we will need a redirect and all that kind of fun stuff. And I've got to remember how to do the logout stuff. Django logout. It's a pretty easy thing. Can I hit the, oh, fuck's sakes. All right, logout. That's it. All right, cool. And then, yeah, we just need a redirect straight to the login page, which there's shortcut functionalities. There's the render, redirect. That's the one we want. So we just need that. Ah, cool. And then, yeah, it's something as simple as return redirect. The logout, it needs something. All right. Yeah, some view. I don't need to pass through any other information apart from that. That's perfectly fine. And what we're going to do, sorry, I need my mouse, is in here is we're just going to go path, logout, logout view, which we've just got to import, which is just up here. From NearBeach.views.authentication.logout views, import logout view. Easy done. The reason why I'm testing this is because it's been pissing me off. Oh, it needs to be /. All right, cool. However, that being said, I'm going to say either one is fine. Boom. And then we can go in as admin, and then I can click on the logout. But the logout is taking me there. It should actually not take me there. It should be taking me somewhere else. We've got to fix that up right now. Cool. Logout functionality is in place. Thank Christ. Socks your tail. All right, there goes, sweetie. You gotta beg to people for treats. You gotta be like, yo, I'm hungry, give me treats. And whilst I'm actually thinking of this, I've actually got to close up the house. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just got to make sure they stay inside. So we discussed that none of the translations need to happen here, which is fine. I'm going to handle the settings first because it's going to be the most complicated. The reason why is we've got to sort of implement a new permission to find out if the user can actually edit any of these settings. So yeah, what I want to do is I'm just going to minimize everything. I'm going to open up this. I'm going to go to source. I'm going to go into the components, nav. We don't worry about the skeleton because there's nothing with the skeletons at the moment. We're going to nav bar settings menu. However, that being said, I'm just thinking, because we no longer have this. What is actually happening now is the route's actually defining all of our permissions and stuff like that. We might not need this anymore. We might not need the skeletons anymore. It might be one of those sort of cases where we get rid of all of that. Because initially we did this, did these skeletons just to prove that they will work and stuff like that. I'm going to state that nowadays we don't need them because the route will fetch the information. It won't show anything on the screen that has to deal with this. And then when everything, yeah, all right, cool. When everything's loaded, we won't need these anymore. So I am going to delete these, which means it's going to break everything. It's going to break this, which is going to break this. We no longer need the suspense. So I can get rid of that. And realize that I've deleted the wrong thing. All right, we can delete those 4 lines. We can just do that. So we now have navbar. Oh, with on an ad break. Sorry, I'm gonna do this. We've got socks here. I'm gonna chase down to make sure the other one's inside. Alright, how are we doing with the ads? We've got about 20 seconds left. Hopefully everyone's enjoying socks. So she's like, hello. Oh, I'm getting a tangle in my headphone cord. I'm just going to untangle that very, very quickly. And welcome back, everyone. Let's jump back into it. All right, I've just realized that I no longer need the hidden camera and stuff like that. All right, give me 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm trying to find where. There we go. And then I just. Sorry, I forgot to put that back on. All right, now I don't know why these red squigglies are here. They. Cool. Just a linting problem. So we got rid of those. Now we'll have, once again, we'll go back to the nav settings. So in here, we've got to pass down 2 nav menu items. This is a v4. This is no longer needed. And in fact, a lot of this is no longer needed. It doesn't need to be set up like that. And I've forgotten what the menu item looks like. All right, not a problem. That's no longer needed. And those are the, all right, cool. Yeah, I remember how this is all set up now. So straight off the bat, what we're going to do, nav menu item. We're just going to do that. We're going to do that. We are going to pass through the component, and it is, and this is going to be the cog, and we're going to pass through the size equals 14. Like so. Now, for the other stuff, we'll need the destination. And that's just going to, in this sort of case, it's going to be all this stuff. Can you not destroy my, stuff socks? She's like, no, I'm going to destroy stuff all the time. There we go. All right, the destination is just going to equal. Let's be consistent. It's going to be settings. Icon is cog, we don't need that passing through. Override area label. There we go, that's that. We've got destination. We've got the route address. That's where I go / settings. All right, cool. Route new. It's going to be an empty string, so there's going to be nothing in there. And then title is going to be settings. And that should be it. But it is thrown. So, all right, to confirm, settings, override that route address. Actually, no, give me 2 seconds. I prefer it like that in this sort of case. Route address new. And title. We've also got to do that. So destination, override label, route address. They're all strings. There you go. That's the problem. So that's the setting one. And then as for the other one, the logout one, we essentially just need to, this is just a simple copy and paste. No, don't write in fact that, thank you very much. So sock your tails in the way. We need the destination for the second one is logout. We're going to stake this as logout of NearBeach. This is going to go logout. There is no new. And this is going to be logout. And it's going to be the logout. Thing there. And then all of a sudden, this just shrinks so much more. This will disappear. This will disappear. This will disappear. We'll get rid of that. And as you can see, this shrinks quite a significant amount. We are going to bring in the stores in a minute. But yeah, just let's hit refresh. Let's go admin. Let's sign in. There we go. We've got our lovely icons down there working how we want it to. Yeah, we're going to make one of them disappear. Only the settings one. So what I want to do is I want to do a couple of things. But first, let's do it at the store level. Let's open up permissions. So the thing is, when someone downloads some permissions, there's these permissions up here that they have to have access to. So a cheap way of doing this is you add them all together. If they're over one, then they've got some form of administration permission. Now I might eventually put all of these in here at the maximum permission level, which does make sense. But at the same time, I should have down here has administration permission. By default, that's going to be false. And I am actually going to add them in there. So I'm just going to grab these. I'm just going to copy. We're just going to paste them in. It's going to throw up a little bit of a problem at first because we haven't defined them at all. And yeah, I do want them there because that does specify the maximum permission. Are you learning Vue? I've learnt Vue. I'm currently building with Vue. And welcome, CAC. Sorry, I just saw your message. Yeah, I don't know if Google can timestamp. There we go. 7:33. All right, only 2 minutes. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so those are some of the admin permissions that we've got. What I need to do in here, I just need to put those ones in here. So I'm just going to do that right now. Don't worry about the errors. We're going to fix up those in a minute. So that should fill them out. We've also got to have the extra set has administration permissions. That is going to be a void, easily done. And then what we're doing is this dot has administration permissions equals, and then it's just going to be all right, I'm going to have to actually put this stuff in the interface right now. So if I scroll up, I right-hand click on here, I'm going to go to this declaration or that. What I'm going to do, these 4 lines, I'm just going to copy them, and it just gets pasted in there, and that's it. That will free me up to do a lot of this. So I just need to go administration, create permission. Actually, we're going to go from the top down, assign user to group, and then we're just piss off. Then we're just going this dot maximum permissions, create group, permission set, and this is where the AI has gone rogue and just decided to add some random stuff in. All right. Copy that and paste it in there. So we've got the top one, we've got that one, we've got that one, and we've got that one. And piss. Don't fill out stuff when I know what I'm doing. It's that. That's it. And Scotty B, how are you? Hopefully you've been well. Alright, so when we fetch permissions, we set the maximum permissions, and then we go this underscore set has administration dot. Oh, piss. Like that. That's pretty much it. That's very, very simple. So we can see that we've got settings here for that. Now, if I log in as a different user, so if I log in as a team member or team intern, oh, we still have it. But that's fine. I haven't actually done anything on the other side of things. So if we actually have a look at the pin error in here and we have a look at the permissions, and we have a look at the max permissions, we all got that. Has error is false. Has administration permissions is false. So what I got to do is under the nav setting menu, so I've got to just put a VF. And this is where I've got to import the PDS stuff. So this is import use permission store. And then what I want to do, define store. This is going to be const permission store equals use permission store. And then I'm going to go permission store dot has administration permission. And that's it. So if we go back over here, boom, we can instantly tell this user has just lost the setting icon whilst this user still has it. So even if I refresh, boom, settings. If I close that, yep, all right, cool. All right. So that's as simple as it is. This will actually be copied and pasted for the other section. And what I mean is, if we go up here and we go to the nav menu, in here, we're going to replace this with everything that for stop on the keyboard. We're going to, yeah, just have all of these items in here for that. So, yeah. It does mean that I can get rid of this interface. It means I can... The icons we still want. The reference we don't want. I'm getting rid of that. The menu item interface. I think we're getting rid of that. We'll need that. We'll need the icons. Yeah, that will get rid of that. That's all fine. We'll handle all of that. All right, so we're getting rid of that. Cause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. I keep forgetting how many icons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. All right. Easy done. I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm going to split this right. I'm just going to put it over here because we're going to cut and paste from over there. So in this sort of case, this would be maximum permissions, and we're not worried about the dashboard, in fact. Easy done. Everyone has permissions to the dashboard. It won't be a cog, it will be the layout dashboard icon. So yeah, that one's sorted, which means I can delete that over there. I've just realized I have placed them outside of the template tag, so I'm just going to remove that, and I'm just going to do that, and I'm just going to do that, and then just do that, and done. No one saw that. We need the permission store passing through, so I need to. I'm just going to do it here. Import the use permission store, and this is define stores. And this will be const permission store equals use permission store. We're all happy with that. Easy done. We'll go down here. So we've done the dashboard. The next item is Kanban board. Maximum permissions dot Kanban board is greater than 0. Oh. Another thing I've got to do a check. Well, I've got to also, I've just realized I haven't started internationalization with this, but we'll get everything rendered out first and then we'll handle the internationalization, because all it's doing is replacing all of these, this. In which case, I'm having a little think. Can I do something clever here? Can I do something really, really clever where... No, I won't. No, that's just adding in so much more complexity into something which does not need that much complexity. All right, so we've got the settings. Go to NearBeach settings. No, sorry, this is the Kanban board. It's the route new address. Now that's got to be a ternary operator, or whatever it's called, where I am going to do something. Give me a couple of seconds also. Oh, we're not consistent in here. Alright, I've just spotted another mistake. We're not being consistent in here. Notice how I've got Kanban board like that and then request for change like that. And then all of these are like that. Oh, this is going to annoy the shit out of me. I, of course, broke this, but that's perfectly fine. We're just going to have to deal with it. Alright, so that will follow through like that. Alright, cool. Now, the ternary one, it's going to be this greater than 1. Otherwise, it's going to be this or this. That's getting rather long here. So we could do something smart and go can create new and pass through the Kanban board to do it. But at the same time, that's going to cause... You could do the type checks and all that kind of fun stuff, which is going to annoy the hell out of me. I dropped the pen. Okay. So I'm just having a think in my head how I want to actually tackle this. Because there's a couple of things I could do to potentially tackle this. Yeah. Alright, so one thing which I could do, I could copy this, paste it into there, do something like this. So if it's true, so it'll be greater than read only, it'll be edit, actually it'll be 0 is no permission, 1's read only, 2 is edit, 3 is create, and 4 is delete. So it'll be something like this, which I'm going to say looks ugly. All right, we're doing a lot there, which we can sort of hide away into certain methods. Square Kanban. So I'm going to do that. We're going to write up a quick method. We're going to have a function called can user create. And what we're going to pass through is an object, which is going to be a string. And then we're going to jump over into permissions because we've got something similar over in permissions. We've got to do this funky stuff here. All right. In fact, it'll be very, very similar to that. So I'm just going to paste that in. We're going to format the code in a bit. So it isn't actually an item, and it isn't actually a field and all that kind of fun stuff. We've just got this in here for reference for the moment. So what I want to do is I'm going to go let item results be either a number or a string equal. And this is where it's going to go permission store dot maximum permissions, and then we open it up and we go object as key of type of, and then we do that. And this is annoying. This is just it's a TypeScript type of thing that we've just got to do. It's just doing some protections. That's all. Then if type of item results does not equal our number, we're going to return an empty. That's it. That's all we need to do. We just return an empty. From here, not a number, return empty value. That's it. We should state that we are going to I honestly don't know where to put that. Oh my god. Where am I putting this? Okay, fuck up then. Jesus. Excuse my French. Check value is a number. Alright, cool. Get potential value. In this sort of case, we can then get rid of all of this. Because now that we know it's a number, currently running on no motivation for school and a hangover. Oh, fair enough, mega burger. I fully understand that. What we want is we want item result is greater or equal to 3, actually. And then we return where we got a / followed by the object, followed by the new, else empty, and that's it. The university be like, yeah, no, I understand. How far into the term are you though? Because you'll only be a couple of weeks if you're in Australia. Okay, what sucks? I need web mouse. All right, so going down here, what we can do is we can now get rid of a lot of this. And, oh, I hate fat fingering. And then all I need is can user create, and we pass through the Kanban board as a variable. And then the title is going to be Kanban board. In Finland, so Claude not opening. Well, you could learn how to program. I mean, it's fun. I enjoy it. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've done that one. Now we're going to do requirement. What I'm going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Oops, I was meant to do something like that. I can go, but I use it to make my life faster and easier. It doesn't mean that. Okay. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Remember, it should be a tool, not a crutch. All right. So it goes, and then requirement. This will then. Destination, oh, did I put that? That should be Kanban board. Oh, I didn't do any of this correctly. Kanban board. And then Kanban board. All right, cool. And then this is definitely not settings. This is part of the requirement. This will have... search for requirement. Oops, can't type. Oh, can't type. And yes, this is socks. Yeah. Can the cat code and vibe code? She can sit on the keyboard a lot and delete a lot of my work or muck it up. So I'm gonna say yes. Yes to the latter. All right, over here we've got requirement, and then requirement, like that. All right, let's move down into here. This is going to be project. This is just going to be project. This is going to be go to, so this is going to be search for project. This is going to be project. I'm just wondering, no, I don't need the end thing. And then this will be project. And this will be project. All right. I'm just realizing that I have forgotten to add on some of these icons. We've got the square Kanban for that. I think it's the clipboard list for the requirements. Done. We've done the project. Now it's the task. So more to the direction of vibe coding. Yeah, yeah. She is definitely a vibe coder, Socks. All right, search for task. This will be task. That will also be task. And that will be task. And then I get rid of that. And then we do, oops. List to do. Easy done. And the last one is replace all. For that one, this is going to be request for change. Oops. This is going to be request for change. Easy done. We're going to go in here and type in search for request for change. We're going to go in here and go request for change. And then we're going to go over here and go request for change. And then we're going to go over here and go request for change. Yeah. Control C, Control V equals engineer. Yep. Ah, didn't I put that on the tasks? Spelling mistake. Yep. All right. So all of this should now appear in here. So we've got the dashboard, we've got the requirement, we've got the project. We don't have the Kanban board. I don't know why. Or maybe, All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to move that off to the left. We're going to actually have a look at Vue. We're going to have a look at the Paneer stuff. We're going to open up this. We've got our max permissions. Yeah, the Kanban board is 0. So if we open up the permissions itself, yeah, that's why. All right. We've got to be consistent. And if we, done. All right. Now, I've just noticed something. That font is not fitting. And it could be, yeah, let's be consistent. Let's go into the nav bar, the nav component. The place we were at before. Let's scroll all the way down. Oh, be careful, socks. Let's just reload that. Will this work? The drop? It should work. Exclamation point drop, and then try your own emoji or something like that, and it should just work. I realize that it's also very dark outside, and I should close the curtains. All right. And look at that. Yeah. Max has landed for a 64.57. Oh, sorry, 58. I can read, I swear. All right. So all of this is in. We've got request for change, which won't work because I've got to figure out what's going on here. But we are getting there. All right, that is working. I think I just needed to refresh, or either something on the dashboard is failing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the dashboard and then project. That fails, but if I go straight to project, it works. Now, it also works perfectly fine if I switch between those two. And it works fine if I switch like that. So something on the dashboard is causing something to fail. Component inside transition renders non-element root node that cannot be animated at the dashboard. All right, cool. Yep. So I'm going to fix that one up very, very quickly. So source, components, dashboard. Oh. Sorry, I will need my arm back in a second. I am just going to, there we go, div class equals dashboard page. I'm just going to grab those two components into there and do that. Thank you very much for the bath socks. I think I just got to do that. If I render, there I go. Yeah. So I just needed to put those into divs. We are actually doing that throughout the whole entire thing. We'll have a div class or some sort of class there where we'll have like dashboard page, and we can certainly do stuff. So yeah, that's working now. All right, and then if we jump onto Google Chrome, we'll just need to do the translation stuff now, which is going to be a lot of fun. And I forgot to bring in the bins. Got to remember to do them. All right. Are you going to jump down? No, sweetie. No, sweetie. There you go. What I want to do is I want to go into NearBeach. I want to go, no, not into NearBeach. Sorry, I want to go into source. I want to go into, this will be the components. This will be the nav. This will be part of the, so we haven't really touched the nav component, but we'll start with the settings component first. So straight at the top, what do we need to define internationalization? So that will be const t equals, so that will be define I18n. We'll have messages in here. And then what we're looking for is we'll have the settings. So we'll have English first. And we'll have settings. We'll have setting title. We'll also have setting aria label. Like that, easy done. So we only need to replace this and this. Destination we won't, because that's actually something we use in NearBeach's config and stuff like that. And then we'll have the exact same thing with the logout. Are we do one word or two? One word. And then we grab all four of those. We go and do our Japanese one. And then I'm just going to use translate again. And yeah, we just got to put it down here. Destination we don't need. We need to override this one. So this is going to be T, and we'll have this is part of the settings. So settings, ARIA label. And then this will be setting title. Fuck off. Excuse my French. And thank you very much, Lep1Terra for the follow. Cheers, thank you very much, James. Yeah, this is the usual time I tend to stream. Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm just putting these in an order I like. So there it go. That's the order I like things in. With this one, once again, we've got to get rid of that. That will be there. Hang on. Oops. Route new. No. Oh, I've mucked up this. Sorry, it's the title that's meant to change. And this route thing is meant to be nothing. Because there's no, yeah, there's no new route route for that. All right, I'm going to paste that down there. I'm going to do that, and then I'm just going to. The title will be t.logout_title. This will be t and then logout ARIA label, and that should break that. Alright, settings, there we go. However, that being said, that's in lowercase. I don't like that. That should actually be in capital settings. And there we go. Alright, cool. Internationalization happening. Yay. Okay. So this one's done, and I'm happy with this one. With the nav menu, it's going to be pretty much exactly the same. We're overriding this one, and we're overriding the title. In fact, what I'm going to do and then I've got to do it for that one and that one and that. You're in Melbourne too. Nice to have a public holiday today. Yeah, it's been nice. Yeah, I can't complain. Should have done a little bit more gardening today, but it's fine. Hopefully I'll have time during the week to go out there during lunchtime and get a few things done. Yeah, I needed to focus on NearBeach a little bit more, just because there's a lot that I want to get done. There's a lot I'm going to set up and get working and so forth like that. But I'm hoping the instant I sort of get all of this done for the projects, a lot of it will be copy and paste. For example, the tasks are exactly the same. Requirements and requirement items are similar enough that the differences won't take too long to work out. Kanban board will be completely and utterly different. However, that being said, a lot of the business logic is already set up. It's just moving it all to the API calls and fixing stuff up around that. So yeah, getting there. Okay. What did I want to do? still want to do this. I want to translate those. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 buttons which we've got to translate. We don't need to worry about anything else. It's just the surface level translation. So yeah. All right, the navbar menu. Let's get this in. So what we want to do is define internationalization. That'll be const t equals use that. We're just going to do that. We've got messages, we've got the English, and then we've got the Japanese. All right, cool. So we need the ARIA label and the title, and very similar to the other one, we'll have what it is, title and ARIA label, pretty much like that. So straight off the bat, we've got dashboard title. That's going to be dashboard, and then the dashboard ARIA label. I'm going to split this to the right. The reason being is I can copy and paste stuff in because I'm lazy like that. And at the same time, what I could do is on the left, I can start keying in what we need. So this will be dashboard title. Sorry, that's not meant to be dashboard title. That one's meant to be dashboard title. Oh, fuck off with the autofill crap. Sorry, excuse my French. All right. So the next one is going to be Kanban board title. It's going to be the Kanban board. We're all happy with that. That's not changing. And then the ARIA label will be search for Kanban board. And that's going to be T. It's going to be Kanban board ARIA label. That one's going to be T, and that's going to be Kanban board title. Easy done. We now move on to the next one. The next one is going to be called requirement. So requirement title. It's just going to be requirement. Easy done. That's going to be search for requirement. And then once again, over on here, I'm just going to do this. T.requirement title. And this is going to be that. All right, cool. And then this is going to be project title. Project ARIA label, and it's going to be search for project. Easy done. Project ARIA label. Thank you, Socks. Can you stop stepping on the fucking mouse? All right. 2 more to go. And then request for change title. Lowercase. All right. That will be task ARIA label. That one will be task. T, task title. It's going to be request for change aria label. No, not requirement. That's going to be request for change title. All right. Now the fun part. Kind of wish I was doing this as I was setting stuff up. I just didn't. Should have. All right. Straight off the bat, let's go dashboard. And go to dashboard. Kanban board. Go to Kanban board. Search for Kanban board. Sorry. And then we've got requirement. Then search for requirement. Then project. This is a bit boring, guys. I fully understand. This is the joys of doing this. Search for project. Then task. Tasuku. Then search for task. And then request for change. And search for request for change. All right. Yay. Whoops. All right, not a problem. What I've done there for the requirement is I've accidentally flipped the thing. So if we go down to requirement, yeah, I've got them around the wrong way. So requirement, aria label, and then the title will be here. There we go. So that's working perfectly fine. And then request for change. We've got a capital. There you go, perfect. And if we jump over into here, boom. All right. Oh, and we've hit an ad break. All right, ad time. So yeah, we're getting there tonight. We're getting there. Now that I've got that sort of translation actually happening, we can move on to creating new projects and stuff like that and get that sorted. But first, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. welcome back everyone. Oof, put that right in my face then. Alright. Let's go on to here. Hopefully everyone's going well. Alright. Let's go back over here. So we've done all that. We've got all that set up. Later on, if I do split this out into separate files and stuff like that, I will need to come back to here and fix up all of these, but that's not going to be too much of a problem. We haven't put this everywhere yet. So I'm going to close tabs. Yeah, we're happy with how this is working and how this is translated. I will have to share it with my friend. He's probably going to be like, none of this makes sense, and I'm going to be like, git status. All right, git add, git commit. Applying internationalization to the navbar and subcomponents. All right, cool. So, I dropped the pen, didn't I? So I'm just having a think. npm run dev. I probably need to get myself some water in a minute. But what we want to do, we're happy with the search page now. The search page is looking fantastic. What we want to do is we want to tackle the create new project. There are going to be a few things that we're going to need to do. For example, with the group permission, we need to know what groups we can actually have in there. For the moment, we're going to keep this really simple until we expand out the permission API and all of that kind of fun stuff. We're going to only allow people to create projects against objects that they have permission against. Once it's done and created, then we'll allow them to add projects to whatever system, whatever groups they can. But yeah, we're keeping it simple at the start. Very, very simple. So yeah, and we've got to do the validation with this also. So they have to pick a group, they have to pick a title. And we've got to figure out how we're going to be doing the validation, because once we've done that, we've got to figure out how the validation on here, on this page, is also going to work. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to quickly grab myself a drink. I will be right back. All right. Let's get started. Now, once again, with this particular component, this component will be used in multiple spots. So it'll be used, I've got to go back to English, sorry, I can't read the Japanese very well. Tasuko? Tasuko? I really need to scratch up on my katakana. Where was I? Yes, this search project, this create screen. Sorry, the create screen, getting really distracted, will be generic. So we'll use it here to create projects. We'll use it for creating a task. Request for change, we will tossing that one up in the air at the moment, because request for change requires a bunch of things, but we can get something started, put it into a draft. That would work perfectly fine. Requirements, it will work perfectly fine. Requirement items, it will work perfectly fine. Kanban boards, no. Kanban boards will have their own creating sort of process, because with a Kanban board, you've got to create it. You've also got to create all the columns and the swim lanes and so forth like that. So yeah, the request for change, that one's up in the air at the moment. I will have to give that one a proper thought later down the track. But all right. So once again, you'll have your create new project. It'll be very similar to the search, where this will be different. So we're going to copy what we did with the search, and yeah, fill in the details to start your new, and I might put object in there, just shorten that. Fill the details below to start. Yeah, I might shorten that message. Or it could be just fill in your details below. Fill in the details below. The idea here is the user will fill in just the title and what permissions, which group it'll be, and hit submit. And that will just take them off into the project information that it will create, and so forth like that. At the moment, it looks like it's working. I just knocked the headset out. It looks like it's working, but it's actually not. I'm just doing a couple of bit of fakery just to get this to show a few people, to show how it's going to work in the future. Now, other things which I should take into consideration is when someone clicks on submit, that submit button is meant to say something else. Might say creating, or please wait, or something along those lines, and become disabled. Yeah. All right, let's get started with this. So I'm going to minimize everything just so that we're focusing on this. And I'm just going to get status. All right, cool. Just make sure I haven't not committed anything, because that will be embarrassing. I'm also double checking the NearBeach stuff to make sure this is still working. Oh, we've got failed. Boo. Oh. Well, that's not liking the internationalization. All right, I will need to fix that in the future. I'm not going to fix it now. I can't be bothered fighting TypeScript. I'm just going to npm run test unit. We are failing one test though. That's a bit interesting. Need to install with app.use function. Everything else is working. I don't know. Sorry, be gone. I'm probably going to put that in the I can't be bothered doing that on stream right this second basket. I want to move on to actually creating new projects. So I'm just going to cancel that. I know it's there. We know we got the Circle CI working, so I know that from this point on, if I keep getting failures, I need to actually do something tests. So yeah. All right, so we've got create new project. Sweet, let's get started. So I'm going to open up this. I'm going to go source. We're going to go in here and go into components. We're going to go into we want. I actually don't know what we want. Structure. That's just the app structure. That's the structure skeleton. I've got to add in unit tests for all of those. We've got the project. We've got the new project. That's why. It's in the new project at the moment. And now that I think about it, I've just got to think, whilst I'm making this generic, can I do that? And I think I can. All right, so biggest honest there. So we're actually going to delete this one. When I say delete, we're going to move it. Sucks. You did that purposely. I know you did. All right. We're going to right-hand click on this. We're going to rename, and this is no longer new project. This is going to be a new object. Down here, this is no longer new project. It's now going to be called new object. Easy done. We're going to move this under components, and we're going to refactor that in. Now, the thing is, all of these could now belong under project folder. Could. But maybe not. All right, so I'm going to minimize this. We're going to have a look at new object. So this is it, new object. We've got a button component, we've got a card header, card footer, text, and object state enum. We've got the next ticks and all that kind of fun stuff. We've got the router. We've got define models, title model, and group model. Awesome. Field validation, record, title model equals false. We'll also have the group model also being false, like that, because both fields will need to be filled out. Is form valid? By default, no. No, it's not. Object state. And this is where I've got to do ref full. Like that. However, that being said, I think that's a better solution. Yeah, that's a lot better. Then I can get rid of that there. All right. Define model, type string, default. Yep. All right, cool. Those are great. We've got that. We've got the, now this is going to no longer be called create project. As you see, we just go to where we want it to go to. That's all fine and dandy. It's not what we want. But now the object enum state saving. Yeah, sucks. Yeah, this is no longer new project. This is new object. Like that. All right. We're just going through it. We're going to rename this to create object. This is just a promise of a void, because we'll have Axios. And this is where we need to inject Axios into here too. Thing. Socks. Stop kicking the mouse. Alright, that needs to be up at the top. We just need to do that, yeah. I wonder if I could go... I think that looks better. We still needed to do it like that, but I think that looks better. All right. So we've got create object. Down here, we'll have create object. Easy done. Now check validation promise. I've now got to figure out how all of this is going to connect. This might be one of those things that I just start removing stuff, adding watches onto things. Yeah. All right. So the check validation is pretty easy. Wait next ticks to make sure everything has settled, which is all right, cool. That's not the most prettiest way of doing this, but it does kind of make sense. And then loop through the field validation to find any falses. All right, cool. Where's my... This is fine. Find any false values. All right. So I just want to go through this this logic. So if someone were to reread this, they'll understand it. So if we did is I'll check validation. But then we've got to send through an object. We should move this to utils, as it'll be used everywhere. But for the moment, we won't. We've got to wait for the next tick, and what will actually happen is we'll search for some value. So it should go through all of these. Object entries, field about sum, where false, and then what we want are you trying to get down again? Come on. No, no. There we go. I'm just going to play in the console with that. Because I have forgotten what that does. Oh god, we've got to clean up all those warnings. So we're going to go var a equals, and then we're going to say Bob, Bon, true, Bob, false. And then what I want to do is I want object dot entries. We're going to go A, and then dot sum, and then I'm going to go value such that return value, return that. Maybe I'll do console log value and then return value. Okay. I've really mucked this up. What I want to come back is either a true or false, whether or not something's in there that is false. But as you can see, it if I do B equals Bon true and then Bob true, and then I do the same thing but I pass through B, it's also going to be false. So this does not work. This here does not work. The sum, I've mucked up the sum somehow. But if we've got something like this temp 0, and we've got the secondary value on that, I mean, that could work because that's a key value pair. However, Mozilla Del object.entries, let's actually have a look at so I'm just wondering, instead of the sum like that, what if I go return object.entries field validation dot sum, and then here we've got key value. Object entries array like value, where return the value like that. Now, we're not using the key, so in this sort of case, we can underscore it. That just tells the system we're not using that. Yeah, I could do that. In the sum array, the value in the sum array is an array of key value. Yes, yep. So I could easily do that. I'm just seeing if that will work. You need to put it in an array to destructure it. I just want to, I'm curious how this will work. Give me 2 minutes. If I key that into there, and I'm just going to change that to A. I mean, this might not work, and in which case, yeah, I'll do exactly what you said. I'm just console log, and I'm just going to go value. But then that is a 0, which does not fill me with confidence. Yeah, I'm going to do what you said. So we're just going to delete those. We're going to undo those. We're going to state that this is going to be not value, and then we want a 1. Check the value. I'm just going to leave it like that for the moment. So if we grab this now, I'm just going to delete all of that. I'm just going to paste it in. We are going to do an A, which will return a true, and then we're going to do a B, which is going to return a false. All right, cool. So, oh, cheers. Thank you very much, James. Going to do a return. Now we want to flip that, so that's, and I've got that. So object dot entries. We've got the field validation. We don't want the length. We want the sum. And you're saying put that in values underscore value, and then we just go return where not value. All right. Oh, I didn't like that. Because I'm an idiot and I didn't put in the secondary brackets around there. All right, cool. Yeah. I'm just going to copy that. We're going to clear this. We're just going to paste it in. We are going to remove this with an A. So that one's going to be true. And B is going to be false. Cool, which is what we want. And then we flip those. Oops, I did it again. To check the validation. So if the validation comes back, we might call it is validated instead of check validation. Just because then that makes sense with what you're getting back. So we're getting a promise of a boolean, and we're flipping that. Cheers, thank you very much, James. So yeah, greatly appreciated. We're going to do that. What we've got to do is validated. Like so. Yeah, cheers. It is appreciated when people do offer help. Yeah. Because yeah, I screw up all the time. All right, so is validated, makes sense going into there, that checks that. And then we update that. Now, so I'm just having a quick think with this is validated stuff. We've got to wait for the results back. And then once I've waited for the results back, that's when I can flee. Yeah, there are a lot of times I'm almost right there and I just missing a bracket or something like that. So if is form valid value, we're actually going to, whoops. All right, you can tell I'm getting tired because I'm mucking up with the Vim bindings. Form not valid, notify user, and then just return. With the notify user and stuff like that, ooh. This is part of the... I think in this sort of case, we just want to do it like this. Yeah, I just want to do it like that. To do fix the form validation. Yeah, we've got to do that. We've got to do that properly. Now, what I'm at, I should voice out what I mean here. The is validated. I'm tossing up whether or not to actually put that through a watch cycle. So I watch this, and then the instant they're changed, I make sure that they're validated and stuff like that. Actually, no, the is validated checks to make sure everything is validated. If it does, all right, cool. No, sorry, I'm overly complicating stuff that it doesn't need to be overly complicated. The is validated just checks to make sure every entry in the field validation is true. If it is, it sends back true, and then we move forward. When I'm going to be modifying these title models and group models, I'm going to have to put watches on them, and then from that determine if they're valid or not. So they might have a couple of different validations, which, for example, they might need a minimum value and they might need a maximum value, being an example. Yeah, in the past we used VueJS and stuff like that. However, it itself had a few issues, and I'm kind of like, well, it shouldn't be too hard to create the validations that I need, because a lot of the times I just need it to be required in between certain character lengths, and that's it. So, yeah. And I'm pretty sure I could get something where I could be like, these just need to be watched and handled. So yeah, how long have I been streaming? 6.5 hours. Holy shoot. Alright, I don't know if that's the longest stream. I don't think it is. Okay, so after that, we save the object state to that. Now that's meant to hook into the button. Yeah, almost a full day of work on a public holiday. But NearBeach needs it. NearBeach, if I want to get this out by end of June, I just need to work a massive amount of time, days on it. So yeah. All right, object state, set timeout. Now we don't need the timeout anymore. But when we hit the submit, I'm just wondering if that button changes. Now, these button components. I was certain I changed these recently. Because that label says create, but that one says submit. Yeah. Oops. There you go, create. All right. And I don't think I'm using object state anymore with those. I'm gonna have to actually check the web. Oops, web. So I'm just double checking welk. I'm going to move this in between both. So for those wondering what welk is, it is dumb components, like really dumb. They're very, very basic. So is action running is disabled. So with an is action running, we're going to disable the button. That's what we need. We don't need to worry about is disabled because with the is action running, we can actually change that action state. Now we don't want updating, we want something else. But what I can actually do in here is we can have another ref. We can have that. That's pretty easy to do. And then down here, what we want to do is we just go is action running, is form submitting value. We actually don't need the value in there. We just need it like that. Easy. And then what we do is when we create the object, we're no longer having this object state value stuff pass through. So we can get rid of that. Notify the user of the action. So that will be is form submitting value. That's actually going to be true. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to key that out for the moment. And I'm just going to key that out at the moment. We're just testing here. So I'm just going to hit refresh. We've got create. So boom, it says updating. All right, sweet. I want to translate those two now. So I'm going to go over here. We're going to leave that in there for the moment. We're going to go define, actually injection I think feels like it should come first, and then define internationalization. So it'll be const t equals that. And then what we have here is we have messages, button, create. Oh, sorry, I was meant to do English. And then button, hang on. that. And then I'm just going to translate that very, very quickly. So we want create. Did it on the wrong thing. Creating. You don't want the verb. Sorry. I don't know if that's correct, but meh. Once again, I'll ask my friend. Alright, so if we go over here, I'm just gonna wrong one. This is what I want. So I want new project in here. We haven't passed through. This is where we need computed to. All right, and then down, not all the way down, those are defined methods. What we want is define computed. We've got const, and this is button, submit button equals computed, like that. And it's going to return is form submitting I hate the autofill in this sometimes. And that's it. That's all we really need. In fact, we can split that over 2 lines to make that a little bit more readable for people. Cool, easy. I'm happy with that. Then down here, I can get rid of this and I can just go submit button like that. That will handle the translations and all that kind of stuff. So it works there, boom. And then someone clicks on there and they've got updating. Ooh. Not what we want. Not what we want. Am I doing something bad with the slots? Because that should be changed to that dependent. This also might be a bug in Welk that I've got to fix up. Yes. Not what I want. Yeah, I don't want that at all. That's a bit annoying how when I click on the button, name is action state. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. View slot. name, no, I clicked on here, thank you. Name, source name equals plus, no, not what I want. Named slots. This might be what I need to do. So header name equals name equals slot header. All right, cool. So base layout. Oh, I'm just wondering. I don't think that will work. All right, the base layout, all of that. So we've got the template. As the class container, header. Slot name equals header. There's the base layout. All right, cool. I scratched my head on this. I know I've done this one before. There's a container header. We want the header content here. We want the main content here. We want the left. All right, cool. Yep. Template. Does it want my pain. All right, let's test this out. No, all right. I don't think that will. All right, I'm not going to worry about that tonight, but what I do need to put into here is button create. It looks like I'm going to have to put in the button submit as part of a slot sort of thing. Not too much of a problem. Can be done at a later date. So yes. All right, is valid. Data model is valid, which is great. We need to also key in the, now this is the group model permission. Sorry, my brain's like slowly turning itself off. I'll see how far I can go, but I feel like I'm going to end soon. In this sort of case, we don't want the text input there. We actually want to drop down with the variables and all that kind of stuff. And I know I've got 45 minutes till I usually finish. But yeah. I had some pumpkin soup, and then Socks tried eating the pumpkin soup, but there was dragon's breath in the pumpkin soup, so I had to snatch it away from her. I don't know why she likes eating my food sometimes, so yeah. It might be that I do finish up soon, but first, what I want to actually do is I do kind of want to log this as a bug problem. I'm just trying to remember if I can actually record the screen. All right, I'm gonna hit record. We're just gonna do that updating, and I'm gonna stop, and then I'm gonna do it again, but for the Japanese version. And then I'm going to see if I can copy that. Yeah, we might as well just log these bugs. And then I think I can get the other components very, very quickly translated, so I don't need to worry about that tonight. We need to go new issue. This is part of not Welk. This is going to be part of NearBeach. This is a, I'm going to say normal priority. It's not going to let me upload that, but that's not a problem. From today, yep, all right, cool. Fine, I'll click browse. Yeah, today. Submit button not passing through correct label. All right, method one, user goes to a new project, fills out the details on the page, clicks submit. Expected results. The button to state pass through internationalization, translation correctly, actual results, no translation is passed through, default to Welk UI's default text. All right, cool. Yeah, this is just a normal bug. Submit it, it'll be assigned to me. This will be part of the I'm going to put it as projects at the moment. This will be part of the 0.32 course. And I'll just submit it, easy done. But what I can do very, very quickly is I can translate this. Sorry, wrong screen. I can translate this, I can translate this, I can translate this and send all of that through. We can do that very, very quickly. Yeah. Now that is also not correct. That's actually going to be a drop-down box. We no longer need that. We need the, what is this? This will be the select component. Oh, I might need to update Welk. Oh yeah, 11's the latest. All right, cool. Now, I do have a select component. Have I not exported that? Have I done something silly again? Default select component. All right. Yeah, no socks. Oh, I haven't exported it. Damn. All right. That is a problem. And another problem is I can't republish Welk on here. I have to actually do it on my laptop. It will just involve us putting through the components that are missing from here. For example, the select and the tab section. So we can easily do that. Export select component from that. We've got the switch. We don't have the tab, so export the tab component. which we have not set up yet. And that's going to be as simple as, yeah, it's just as simple as that. In the very, very near future, I'm going to go through Welk again, and I'm going to rename a lot of these components and prefix it with Welk. That way, if people import this into their own sort of projects and stuff like that, it'll be as simple as Welk. Yeah. All right, going back into this is all fixed. That should be it for those particular components. Not worried about the date time stuff at the moment. I need to go back and actually deal with that, but I'm not going to yet. Now, what I've got to do over here, we've got a CD back into Welk. We could do, I'm just doing git pull. Hoping there's no other stuff. All right, git status, git add, git commit, implementation, component, we're just gonna go component. Implementation, we're going to go tab components and select component. We're just going to do a git push. Now, I can't publish from here. So, but I can do it on my laptop. So I am just doing that very, very quickly. I'm just going to get git pull, easy done. Gonna make sure I can build. Now, I might not be logged in. npm login. All right, cool. Verifying. Yep, sweet. And I've just realized I didn't edit the the version number, so I'm doing that very, very quickly. I'm just hitting publish. We're in an outbreak, but that's fine. No one can actually see this anyway. All right, that's done. That's being published. Oops. So I've unblocked myself. Almost. And welcome back, everyone. You didn't miss much. I just needed to publish Welk. It involves me putting stuff onto my laptop because, yeah, I haven't got a thingy thing to do it on here yet. So yeah, one day I'll set this up on my on this laptop too. Sorry, on this computer too. Now, we've got Welk in there. We should now have access to the select component. Great. So I can go down here and I can go select component, v model equals group model, and then we've got like the group permissions and all that kind of fun stuff, and I need to double check what else is in the select component that I require. So is required. That's going to be that's actually going to be true. So we're going to certainly bump these around. And what I'm also going to do, I'm going to do that because, yeah, we can. Now, is required actually needs to be in this format. Actually, it'll go like that. The group permissions. Oh, I need to put that in up here. So, yeah, we'll need to translate that. Man, I'm struggling now. I might just get this in and I'll probably call it a day. We need the options. And that's going to be the select options interface. So that's going to be key value type of stuff. Which is fine. Sorry, big yawn. And then, yeah, we'll need the tooltip message and the tooltips and stuff like that. I think I'm out of steam. I'm going to call it here, guys. It's been 7 hours and nearly 15 minutes. I'm just... Yeah, sorry guys, it's just the last 5 minutes are really catching up to me. Alright, thank you very much everyone for being here tonight. We have got a lot done, alright? We are getting we've got the translations down, we've got unit tests down. Yeah, oh cheers, thank you very much James. Yeah, from here, we just need to get the new object started. Once that's done, we're just got to get the project done, then wrap everything up with more unit tests and all that kind of fun stuff. And then it's getting the other objects done, which should not take as long because once again, the new component functionality is done and they'll be done for all of most of them and stuff like that. But anyway, we're going to raid Hypnotic Games. He is a great guy. Currently building a game about bobbleheads and the bubble shop and stuff like that. So yeah, let's unmute that and let's go on and raid. So yeah, thank you very much. And for those on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Sadly, you won't be able to join us with the raid, but we do appreciate you